a fourth leg of government behind this that's going to be seen moving fairly soon.
When I was 17, it was a very good year. It was a very good year for small town girls.
Can't get to Justice Department. There's another area where justice can be sought when treason is encountered, where stealing an election is an act of war. So we're about to see other things that haven't even been brought into the equation yet that are going to come online.
When I was 17, 17. Corrupt temple down on your head. It's gotta be biblical.
Enjoy the show. Get out the popcorn.
Patriot Alliance.
Anti-ICE protesters in Portland, Oregon, rolling out a guillotine, clashing with police and turning the streets into a battlefield outside a migrant detention facility there. It's the latest flashpoint in protests that has stretched nearly 3 months now.
President Trump is sending troops to Portland, Oregon to clamp down on protests directed at ICE facilities.
That ICE facility in Portland, just outside the city, has been laid siege to night after night after night.
We're not going to put up with it. This administration is not playing games.
Take a look at Portland sometime. These are crazy people. These are paid terrorists, okay?
But what we're seeing, whether it be Portland or Chicago, Los Angeles or otherwise, is increasingly organized and professionalized. People are being bussed in. And President Trump has been very clear. We need to follow the money, see who is funding this violence and this chaos in our streets.
Impossible. Nobody can jump this. The path of God. Only in the leap from the lion's head will he prove his worth.
And you must hurry, Indy!
You must believe, boy. You must believe.
It's a leap of faith.
Yeah, I can tell you this. The Department of Defense doesn't take this lightly. There are many boats running through that region, some of which we suspect may have drugs on them, and they don't take shots at them because they need to know with 100% certainty. I can't tell you the tactics or how it comes about in terms of how we gather the intelligence, but suffice it to say the Department of War has tremendous confidence in the way they are gathering information. They know who's on those boats. They know what those boats are doing. And I would ask people for some common sense, okay? What is a boat doing 15 miles into international waters with 450 engines on the back of it, no fishing rods, clear markings of drugs on those boats? We know who these boats are. We've known who these boats are for a very long time. In the past, there's been efforts to interdict them. Now the effort is to stop them. They are headed towards the United States through a logistics chain they've created in the Caribbean, and that needs to stop. For the first time in our history, the U.S. military is operating in our region, in our hemisphere, against these traffickers of poison who are ultimately winding up in our streets, contributing to crime in our streets, not to mention the death of Americans. So they have the highest confidence in this because of the work that goes into this, because of the tremendous amount of caution they're taking in deciding who to strike and who not to strike. And by the way, it's already had a dramatic impact. The number of boats coming out running drugs has dramatically decreased in the last few weeks. That alone has already had an impact. There are drugs that are not in the streets of the United States right now because of what President Trump and his administration is doing.
Shame on you! Shame on you, sir!
Shame on you! Shame on you!
Shame on you!
Democrats.
No! God, please, no! 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 Shame on you! Shame on you! Shame on you! Shame on both of you!
Welcome to this week's MAGA Minute. In this Just In, President Trump has responded to Hamas's acceptance of the 20-point Middle East peace plan that he presented to Hamas, with the acceptance of Israel, Arab, Gulf nations, and virtually every single country around the world. The president looks forward to the release of all of the hostages in Gaza in what we hope will be a peaceful and prosperous region. Now, this is normally the time of the week where we talk about all the administration has accomplished. But this week will be about how Democrats in Congress have decided to bring our government to a shutdown in pursuit of a radical agenda, most notably giving health care to illegal aliens. While the president signed an executive order to unlock AI to drive cures for pediatric cancer and drive down prices for medications across our country, Democrats were plotting this government shutdown. A shutdown that is costing our country $15 billion in GDP each week that it carries on. A shutdown that puts vital healthcare and housing programs for veterans at risk. A shutdown that puts assistance programs for vulnerable mothers and children at risk as well. And a shutdown that forces our men and women in uniform to currently work without pay. This is a travesty. This shutdown is also being driven by the left's fear of the activist groups they are reportedly coordinating with. This entire Democrat shutdown is quite frankly shameful. There are countless minutes of footage of Chuck Schumer and the Democrats talking about how harmful shutdowns exactly like this are. But they don't care. They need to get a grip, fund our government, follow President Trump's lead, and remember they work for you, the American people. Call your Democrat senators and tell them to vote for the clean continuing resolution to open the government.
I want to thank the countries that helped me put this together. Qatar, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Jordan, and so many others. So many people fought so hard. This is a big day. We'll see how it all turns out. We have to get the final word down in concrete. Very importantly, I look forward to having the hostages come home to their parents and having some of the hostages, unfortunately, you know the condition they're in, come home likewise to their parents because their parents wanted them just as much as though that young man or young woman were alive. So I just want to let you know that this is a very special day, maybe unprecedented in many ways. It is unprecedented. But thank you all, and thank you all to those great countries that helped. We were given a tremendous amount of help. Everybody was unified in wanting this war to end and seeing peace in the Middle East. And we're very close to achieving that. Thank you all, and everybody will be treated fairly.
War is deception. A war can be a war in the narratives, in how information is deployed in order to manipulate the belief system of people. And so now, instead of, putting a bullet through somebody's head, you assassinate them by narrative. And for a guy by the name of Sun Tzu, who wrote about all wars are deception thousands of years ago, right? Nothing's changed.
Intelligence that suggests that there are perhaps deep water alien bases right now sitting on the ocean floor on this planet. Is that accurate?
I would say that's pretty accurate.
Can you go into more detail? How long have they been here? Where are they?
Well, I'm extrapolating all this with my East Tennessee vernacular. So we've got five or six deep water areas of our oceans. We actually know more about the surface of the moon than we do about these areas. And these are areas where we have a high frequency of UFO or UAP sightings. We've had naval folks have told me pretty high up that they've actually tracked these things. Now, we have stuff that can go underwater probably 30 to 40 miles an hour, maybe something a little faster that the Chinese haven't stole from us yet. And we've tracked things big as a football field going 200 miles an hour. Now, I realize in the water you extrapolate that to knots and all that, but just for good old East Tennessee common sense, 200 miles an hour, something the size of a football field. And we don't know what it is. And these are in these areas. So, yeah, there's something going on there. And whether it's something that's been here for millennial or whatever, and I'm not afraid of it. I'm kind of like Dr. Loeb. I love to study this kind of stuff. It's the scientific material there he's the one that disclosed some things that were found that were extraterrestrial in our oceans. And, he's brave enough, I believe, to come forward with those. So I'm looking forward to some more talks about this, but I think I've kicked the hornet's nest because it was just in a casual conversation with a blogger and I discussed it. It wasn't in a classified setting, so I could talk about it. But I always remember the last thing this one high-ranking official told me as he left my office. He was right close to me as I am to my phone in my barn right now. And he said, Tim, they're real.
Well, it's a great deal for Israel, and it's a great deal for everybody. And you want to get your hostages back, right? You want them back, or do you not want them back? And it's a great deal for Israel. It's a great deal for the entire Arab world, Muslim world, and world. So we're very happy about it.
When do you think the hostages will start being freed?
I think very soon. They're in negotiation right now as we speak. They've started the negotiation. It'll last a couple of days. We'll see how it turns out, but I'm hearing it's going very well.
So are you feeling quite helpless about what to do about the genocide that's happening in Gaza? If you are, then listen and please share, comment and get the word out there because your voice matters. You see, at the Labour conference, members voted to call what's happening in Gaza a genocide. They passed a motion to demand Britain stop selling arms to Israel and use every tool possible to prevent them crimes. Labour's in government and Starmer's team didn't follow through. Business as usual. They've only paused a handful of licences while UK sales to Israel hit a record high. You see, weapons are still being shipped out, even as thousands of Palestinians are killed. So the official party policy says one thing and then Labour does another. And when people protested this contradiction peacefully, they were arrested under the Terrorism Act. So a party that votes to stop genocide, people point out the contradiction, they're then punished. The evidence is all there. So don't stay silent, call them out, expose it, demand accountability. If leaders won't follow the will of their own party, if they ignore international law and their own members, then yet we have every right to demand that they step down. This isn't about party loyalty. It's about justice, about human rights, about whether our government is complicit against crimes in humanity. So let's remind them, if they won't represent us, then they don't deserve to lead us. Write to your local MP. I've put a template. You know exactly where to go.
The Israelis of today are direct, they're not at all the servants of God, they're direct, with some noble exceptions. There are always noble exceptions. But when you're talking about the Jews, you're talking about them in general. In general, they go along with their leaders who want the New World Order and who want to get rid of the old Christian world order. Islam has also been, it came into existence in the 600s and the 7th century. It was very possibly, or probably, created by Jews in order, as an instrument against Christendom. And then sure enough, the Arabs swept through North Africa and destroyed a whole part of Christianity in North Africa. They swept into Spain, thanks to the help of the Jews. It's well known that the Jews opened the cities to the Mohammedans. They took over Spain, and it took hundreds of years to get rid of them again, to get them back out. They went up into France until they got beaten at the Battle of Poitiers in 732. And again and again in European history, the Saracens, the Turks, the Arabs, the Muslims, there's various names for them, they've kept trying to get into, they're enemies of Christendom, they're enemies of Christian Europe, and they've tried to get into Europe again and again, and the Jews will each time, most likely, the Jews will have helped them, will have organized it, will have financed it. That's exactly what we see this time. It's George Soros who's been financing the Arab invasion. They've been organizing, and you have that famous clip on TV of Barbara Spector, the Swedish Jewess. It's a very famous clip, with good reason. And she's apparently ignorant of what she's saying. She says, we Jews need to organize the invasion of Europe by non-Christians so that Europe will become multicultural. Multiculti is an invention of the Jews, surely. And therefore, and that will act to dissolve the identity and vestigial Christianity of the once Christian nations and of the dilution of the once Christian white race. And once the Jews can dissolve the once Christian nations and can dilute the once white race by miscegenation, by mixing the races, by marriage with other races, once they can do that, they're going to be a significant step closer to achieving their New World Order.
Why won't your organization engage in peace talks with the Israelis?
You don't mean exactly peace talks, you mean capitulation, surrendering.
Why not just talk?
Talk to whom?
Talk to the Israeli leaders.
That's kind of conversation between the sword and the neck, you mean?
Well, if there were no swords and no guns in the room, you could still talk.
No, I had never seen any talk between a colonialist case and a national liberation movement.
But despite this, why not talk?
Talk about what?
Talk about the possibility of not fighting.
Not fighting for what?
Not fighting at all, no matter what for.
Yeah, and people usually fight for something and they stop fighting for something. So you can't tell me even why should we speak about what?
Well, stop fighting.
For what? Or talk about stop fighting, why?
Talk to stop fighting, to stop the death and the misery, the destruction, the pain.
The misery and the destruction and the pain and the death of whom?
Of Palestinians, of Israelis, of Arabs.
Of the Palestinian people who are uprooted, thrown in the camps, living in starvation, killed for 20 years, and forbidden to use even the name Palestinians.
They're better that way than dead, though.
Maybe to you, but to us, it's not. To us, to liberate our country, to have dignity, to have respect, to have our mere human rights, is something as essential as life itself.
Call them Democrat layoffs. They're Democrat layoffs. They're causing it. We're ready to go back. You know, we have a record-setting economy. We have a record-setting country. Prices are way down. We're doing better than the country's ever done. And the Democrats hate seeing that. It's up to them. Anybody laid off, that's because of the Democrats.
America's gold was supposed to back the dollar. Leaving the gold standard was the most costly mistake we ever made.
What was so bad about gold?
It kept them honest, but they wanted power. You know, kid, folks today think this is just how life's supposed to be.
What do you mean?
Back in my day, one job could feed a family. My mother stayed home, father worked, and we ate together every night. Didn't realize how good we had it. After the World War, they promised gold-backed dollars, but they broke that promise. They printed paper backed by nothing, funded wars we couldn't afford and shouldn't have been involved in. But France caught on and sent a warship to get back their gold. Truth is, if more countries followed, our vaults would be empty and game over.
I have directed the Secretary of the Treasury to take the action necessary to suspend temporarily the convertibility of the dollar into gold.
Turns out, when you fake the money, everything else follows, and you screw the next generation over. And it snowballs, kid. Prices shot up, paychecks didn't, life got tougher, and nobody knew why. We tried raising our kids the old way, but we didn't have the time or the money.
So you outsourced parenting?
Yeah, I guess you could say we did. Government schools raised them, and the TV taught them bad morals. They learned debt, not savings, bought houses they couldn't afford, played video games, gambling, antidepressants, and crimes. Families fractured, divorce rates doubled, birth rates plummeted. Things got so bad, people started financing Chipotle.
Financing a burrito?
Yeah, it's getting bad. Obesity, people eating cheap slop instead of real food. We got softer, sicker, and lazier. A nation in decline. But it didn't happen overnight. When Nixon left the gold standard, we traded sound money for a lifetime of debt.
How will they ever pay it back?
I don't think they plan to. Both sides keep spending like there's no tomorrow and leaving the bill to your generation. We didn't get it right, but you've still got a chance. So, take the reins, kid. Hold your ground and don't give up on sound money.
You guys know what this represents?
Tell us, sir.
Maybe it's the calm before the storm.
What's the storm?
Could be the calm before the storm.
What storm is
We have the world's great military people in this room, I will tell you that. And we're going to have a great evening. Thank you all for coming.
What storm, Mr. President?
You'll find out.
Give us a hint of
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much.
The Bible says in Matthew 6:34, therefore do not worry about tomorrow, for tomorrow will worry about itself. Each day has enough trouble of its own. Worrying doesn't change your future. It only steals your peace today. You may be facing uncertainty, maybe about your job, your health, your relationships, and your mind wants to run ahead trying to solve it all. But God didn't design you to carry the weight of what hasn't happened yet. He gives you grace for today. You don't have to figure everything out today. You don't need to have all the answers about next week, next month, or next year. God is saying to you, just live in this moment. I'm already in your tomorrow. When you choose to rest in Him, you stop striving and start trusting. That's when peace comes in. That's when clarity shows up. That's when you realize you're not doing this alone. You've got the Creator of the universe walking with you step by step. He's already gone ahead of you. He knows the end from the beginning, and He's got good things prepared with your name on them. So take a deep breath, let go of the what ifs, and lean into the truth of Matthew 6:34. God is in control. He's got your tomorrow, your next chapter, your breakthrough. You just keep being faithful today, loving, praying, walking in peace, and He'll take care of the rest. If this message encouraged your heart today, type amen and share it with someone who needs a reminder to stop worrying and start trusting. God bless you.
Some Republicans, Mr. Director, argue that Nancy Pelosi staged January 6th, and the Select Committee covered it up. Based on what you personally know, what are the verifiable events in the lead-ups? And do you, I know you don't speculate, you just deal with facts.
I'm in a unique position. Remember, I was Chief of Staff for the Department of Defense on January 6th. We were responsible for the deployment of the National Guard. And what I was forced to testify to years ago at great personal cost has now once again, just like Russiagate, been proven true, because all I do is speak the truth. On January, actually in the days before January 6th, we were in the Oval Office where the President Trump at the time, authorized, pursuant to law, up to 10 to 20,000 National Guard. We took that authorization because the law's second part required a request from who? Nancy Pelosi and the Metropolitan Police and the mayor at the time. And what did they say? No. And remember what happened for the next 2 years? They say, oh, Kash is lying, Trump's lying. And what did we find? Letters of their declination of the National Guard, refusing to have the National Guard show up. So all I can speak to is the facts, and the facts are those plus this. Nancy Pelosi and her team were busy filming a movie on January 6th while this so-called chaos around her was going down. If she had, just look at it this way, if she had said yes to the National Guard and we had 10,000 uniformed military officers established a secure perimeter, do you think January 6th would have gone differently?
It is intriguing that 250 FBI plainclothes agents were inside the Capitol on January 6th. I saw the president's tweet to get to the bottom of it. Who placed them there? What were they doing? Were they inciting violence? What can you tell us, Mr. Director?
This is a great example of the president's initiative to solve all the answers on January 6th. And it's another example of our transparency efforts. Pursuant to the president, we investigated the matter and found out why FBI agents were placed there in the first place. And it turns out we found documentation and witnesses and whistleblowers that said we were forced to go there to do riot control. Armstrong, do you know what the FBI does not do ever? Riot control. We don't do that. So the prior leadership sent 250 some odd men and women into a situation they're not trained for, put them in harm's way, put the individuals out there in harm's way. And also, those individuals have collectively responded or said beforehand that they were forced to go there. They didn't volunteer to do that.
And you believe them?
That's their word, not mine.
Standing at the crossroads, patriots rise. Government in the shadows, damn you cool, damn you lie.
We will provide evidence that we can safely provide.
We are never letting go as we make America great again. We reject your betraying. We want justice for them. If we don't send a message now, guarantee will happen again. This is real, we ain't playing. We must forever erase the stain. brave enough who shows us how to win, how to fight. Standing in defiance, stand the dark, we were right. We are never letting go as we make America great again. We reject your betraying. We want justice for them. We don't send a message now, guaranteed it will happen again. This is real, we ain't playing. We must forever erase the stain. We don't send a message now, guaranteed it will happen again. This is real, we ain't playing. We must forever erase the stain.
All right, everyone, I'm dying laughing. So obviously I've moved back to Washington, D.C., and I was kind of curious if there are any Senate jobs I might be interested in. So I signed up for the Senate notification of any jobs that get posted, and I just literally got this notification. So Senator Democrat Adam Schiff posted today. So keep in mind, we're in a government shutdown. I don't know where he's getting the money for this, but he's looking basically for a social media manager to, and I quote, look at this. This is the funniest part here. To tell the story. Is this the real story? The true story? Or the Schiffy story? So anyways, I thought this was freaking hilarious because we're in the middle of a government shutdown. And the most important thing to the Democrats and Adam Schiff is to hire a social media manager. And that's what I have been impressing upon all of the Republicans I've talked to, is you guys are getting your asses handed to you because you are not doing what these people are doing. They have created social media propaganda, basically, and they have individuals that are able to manage it. So not only do they have mainstream media on their side, they also now have social media managers. I mean, the Republicans are so behind the ball. It is just, it's so bad. So anyways, take a look at this post. I find it kind of crazy that in a government shutdown, you're posting a job for a social media manager. But hey, there you go. It's Democrats. They'll find the money somehow.
And a single day since I got out 15 years ago that I didn't wake up and truly want to serve again and truly want to wear and put this uniform on again. And to be able to do that is such an awesome, awesome honor of mine. I didn't want to do it because of the rank. I didn't want to do it for recognition. I just did it because the mission never left me. I just think that once you're in the fight, like that fight is just never going to leave you. I just love this country, and I love the people of America with every moral fiber of my being. And I believe in that with everything that I've got.
Everything that Donald Trump has said about the government shutting down, everything that Mike Johnson has said about the government shutting down, everything that the Trump administration has said about the government shutting down confirms the fact that Republicans are delighted to have shut down the government. Why? Because they want to continue to hurt everyday Americans. They want to continue to hurt children and families and women and hard-working American taxpayers. And certainly they want to continue to hurt civil servants who in many cases have served this country well, including in uniform, for decades. And the Trump administration and Mike Johnson and Donald Trump could care less because cruelty is the point for them, and it's all about rewarding their billionaire donors in every way possible. Democrats are holding firm because we're standing up for the health care of everyday Americans. We're going to do that today. We're going to do that tomorrow. We're going to do that this week. We're going to do that next week. We're going to do that until this issue is resolved and we address the Republican health care crisis because it's crushing the American people.
There were 3 Senate Democrats who voted last night and today for the Republican continuing resolution. Are you confident in Leader Schumer's ability to hold back his caucus from voting for this?
Yes.
I've been a registered Republican. I think I told you guys that in my voting history in presidential races, now I've got, I had 4 Dem, 4 Republican. Now I voted for Trump again, so I've now got 5 Republican. But I'm right down the middle on my voting history. So I'm not some hard partisan. But Team Sanity is very much with the GOP right now. You can't vote as a Democrat if you care about America. I really think that. I just think they've gone so insane. They're chopping off the body parts of healthy children. Who could vote for these lunatics?
But all right, today we're going to talk about how we can find out and how much we can find out and what it takes to get there. So first we have to decide how much do we want to find out.
Are Democrats demanding health care for illegal aliens?
Democrats are demanding health care for everybody.
Now there's going to tell me how much I have to fuck around to find out what I need to find out.
Administration put $18 billion in federal funding on hold over unconstitutional diversity and inclusion practices.
The more you fuck around,
if that means we got to shut this government down, so be it.
The more you're going to find out.
$2.1 billion in Chicago infrastructure projects have been put on hold to ensure that funding is not flowing via race-based contracting.
If you stay down here and you never fuck around, you'll never find out. So I hope this lesson is helpful. Thank you.
When we are successful, and we will be, we have a real chance at this new world order.
Pentagon, the day before 9/11, Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld declared war, not on foreigners.
The adversary is closer to home. It's the Pentagon bureaucracy.
Fail to adapt. And the fact that they can fail and die is what provides the incentive to survive. But governments can't die. So we need to find other incentives for bureaucracy to adapt and improve. The technology revolution has transformed organizations across the private sector. But not ours, not fully, not yet. We are, as they say, tangled in our anchor chain. Our financial systems are decades old. According to some estimates, we cannot track $2.3 trillion in transactions. We cannot share information from floor to floor in this building because it's stored on dozens of different technological systems that are inaccessible or incompatible.
$2.3 trillion with a T. That's $8,000 for every man, woman, and child in America. To understand how the Pentagon can lose track of trillions, consider the case of one military accountant who tried to find out what happened to a mere $300 million.
We know it's gone, but we don't know what they spent it on.
Jim Minery, a former Marine turned whistleblower, is risking his job by speaking out for the first time about the millions he noticed were missing from one defense agency's balance sheets.
Word, yes, yes. Boys and girls, sound this word out. Get ready. What word? Steal. Yes, steal. Read these words the fast way. Get ready. Play. Yes, play. Get ready. Must. Yes, must. Let's read these words the fast way without making a mistake. Get ready. Hide. Yes, hide. Get ready. Kick. Yes, kick. Get ready. Steal. Yes, steal. Get ready. Play. Yes, play. Get ready. Must. Yes, must.
Israelis again very much engaged in spying in and on the U.S., who may have known things they didn't tell us before September 11th. Fox News correspondent Carl Cameron has details in the first of a four-part series.
Since September 11th, more than 60 Israelis have been arrested or detained, either under the new Patriot anti-terrorism law or for immigration violations. A handful of active Israeli military were among those detained, according to investigators, who say some of the detainees also failed polygraph questions when asked about alleged surveillance activities against and in the United States. There is no indication that the Israelis were involved in the 9/11 attacks, but investigators suspect that the Israelis may have gathered intelligence about the attacks in advance and not shared it. A highly placed investigator said there are, quote, tie-ins, but when asked for details, he flatly refused to describe them, saying, quote, evidence linking these Israelis to 9/11 is classified. I cannot tell you about evidence that has been gathered. It's classified information.
Fuck Hamas meme online. I want to see this.
We got a report I'd say about a month ago.
Yeah.
In essence, you posted something on the internet that
They're responding to a report from a meme from a month ago, and the police are showing up at this guy's house.
I'll explain a few steps. Basically, our hate crime team reviewed it and said there are offences there we need to explore.
The hate crime team reviewed it.
Basically, Section 19 refers to spreading what we say like racial hatred. So you've posted something online that we believe is spreading racial hatred.
Twitter, Facebook?
I can't explain too much. Obviously, I'm more than willing to talk through what you're able to take with you.
What, you're taking me away now?
He's being detained.
You're taking me to Harrogate in the middle of the night over a tweet?
I am, unfortunately.
Is this what you said?
I am.
This is my role. I'm trying to be reasonable with you. I'm more than willing to allow you to gather some sort of stuff like medication, but at the moment...
You join the police to go and arrest people at night for tweets online. I'd like to put some shoes on if that's alright with you.
Of course.
We will give you a search here.
Search?
Oh my God.
Do understand I'm going to make a maximum fuss about this. You guys just doing your jobs, obviously, but your dickhead bosses have just opened up a world of shit.
Trust me, if I didn't have to be here, I wouldn't be, but I'm happy.
I love how based he is. He's like, if I didn't have to be here, I wouldn't be here. I get it. This is what I find to be very funny about this. Nobody in this interaction wants it to happen, which I think is such a great metaphor for all of the laws for speech in the UK. Most of the people there, it seems like, don't even want this shit.
I'm quite certain you two have got like 50 better things to do.
I've got to say, I have not seen the meme. I try to be as skeptical as I possibly can be. He also said Islam in the tweet, so you can't criticize Islam in the UK. Look at the description. Hamas, Palestine, Islam over the Palestinian flag. I mean, like, if he doesn't give a shit about Hamas or Islam, I think that's totally fair. I mean, again, this is what happens when you don't have freedom of speech. I don't know what the hell is going on over there. I'll tell you that. That's scary.
It's scary how true this is. Watch.
Have you ever heard the metaphor of the buffalo and the cows?
No, please share.
Buffalo and cows, they can both sense when a storm is coming. Big, terrible rainstorm's coming, they both sense it. And cows, they take off running away. Buffalo, they sense the storm and they run right at it. They run right into the storm. And I compare that to trauma. We're just creating a generation of cows where we're making it okay for us. We just let them run away from it and not deal with it. And the cool thing is cows, as they're running away from the storm, they get tired. The storm catches up with the cows and the cows keep running. They don't stop. If they stop, let the storm pass. No, they just run with
stay in the storm.
So they're in this misery and shame and guilt. They're in this way longer than they have to be. The buffalo, they run into the storm and it's terrifying. Once you get past that first initial scare, that fear, and you get in the storm and then the storm passes, then they're happy and they're rested and then they can enjoy what the storm gave them, the water and the grass and all that stuff.
When the governor says that our crime is down recently, it's a bit like saying my fever's gone from 106 to 105. Hi, this is State Representative Martin McLaughlin. Recently, the governor has been threatening those, and he's quoted as saying he's taking names.
As a pretext for something darker and more dangerous, we are watching, and we are taking names.
The names that I'm concerned about, and every public official should be concerned about, are names like these. These are just in the last 6 weeks, the fatalities in Chicago. Governor, the names that I'm concerned about are Elijah Flores, age 9, who was murdered in the near West Side, or Caleb Williams, 18, in Austin, or Joshua Blackhawk, age 22. If you want a full list of the murders in Chicago, go to the Sun-Times. Don't take my word for it. When the governor says that our crime is down recently, it's a bit like saying my fever's gone from 106 to 105. It's still fatal for those who are being affected in these neighborhoods.
The National Guard has to come here. There's no control. There's no law and order.
Guys, mothers just want to send their kids down to the grocery store and have them come back with a gallon of milk and not an ambulance. This has been going on far too long. 12 years ago, when I wasn't in public office, I was speaking on social media about President Obama should bring troops to Chicago to stop these problems, and I'm still talking about it today. I don't care who's in public office. We need to uphold our oath, which is to protect the health, wellness, and safety of our individuals. I'll keep doing that. I'll keep advocating for it. And let's give Chicago the same peace and serenity in their neighborhoods that we enjoy in the 52nd District. State Representative Martin McLaughlin, I'll keep you apprised of these issues. Thank you.
Elite U.S. Forest Service firefighters charge their cell phones in the wilderness where there is no power. This trick will work on Apple or Android. You'll need a ballpoint pen, a 9-volt battery, a 12-volt adapter, and a power cord. Pull the top cap off the pen, and inside you're going to retrieve the small metal spring. Rip off a small piece of tape and have that ready. Take your 12-volt adapter, your PowerPoint adapter, and you're going to touch this point onto the positive or the small side of a 9-volt battery. It's vital that the pen spring makes contact with the negative of the outside pin of the 12-volt adapter. Tape in place. Now plug in your cell phone, and you will be charging. And that's how the U.S. Forest Service charges cell phones when there is no power.
And on June 14th, 1946, God looked down on his planned paradise and said, I need a caretaker. So God gave us Trump. God said, I need somebody willing to get up before dawn, fix this country, work all day, fight the Marxists, eat supper, then go to the Oval Office and stay past midnight at a meeting of the heads of state. So God made Trump. I need somebody with arms, strong enough to rustle the deep state, and yet gentle enough to deliver his own grandchild. Somebody to ruffle the feathers, tame cantankerous World Economic Forum, come home hungry, have to wait until the First Lady is done with lunch with friends, then tell the ladies to be sure and come back real soon, and mean it. So God gave us Trump. I need somebody who can shape an axe, but wield a sword, who had the courage to step foot in North Korea, who can make money from the tar of the sand, turn liquid to gold, who understands the difference between tariffs and inflation, will finish his 40-hour week by Tuesday noon, but then put in another 72 hours. So God made Trump. God had to have somebody willing to go into the den of vipers, call out the fake news for their tongues as sharp as a serpent's. The poison of vipers is on their lips, and yet stop. So God made Trump. God said, I need somebody who will be strong and courageous, who will not be afraid or terrified of the wolves when they attack, a man who cares for the flock, a shepherd to mankind who won't ever leave nor forsake them. I need the most diligent worker to follow the path and remain strong in faith and know the belief of God and country, somebody who's willing to drill, bring back manufacturing and American jobs, farm the lands, secure our borders, build our military, fight the system all day, and finish a hard week's work by attending church on Sunday. And then his oldest son turns and says, Dad, let's make America great again. Dad, let's build back a country to be the envy of the world again. So God made Trump.
dun, dun, dun. Little pig, let me in.
Dear Deep State, the Trump you feared in 2020 is nothing compared to the strategic mastermind he's become. For 4 years, you thought you won. What you really did was give him time to study the entire corrupt playbook. Every dirty trick, every hidden lever of power, every bureaucratic scheme. He's mapped it all out. Us patriots wanted someone who could truly drain the swamp. MAGA Nation, smash share to help the channel. He spent 4 years learning exactly how to demolish it. We just confirmed what patriots have been hoping for. Trump isn't playing defense anymore. He's got a battle plan that will shatter the entire corrupt system. The career bureaucrats, the hidden power brokers, the swamp creatures who thought they could wait him out. They have no idea what's coming. This isn't about politics anymore. This is about dismantling the machine that's been stealing your freedoms. Looking at you too, rhinos. When Trump returns, change won't come slowly. It's coming like a tornado. Ready to witness the biggest takedown in American history? Pay attention, because the real fight is about to begin.
The cabal parade about as if no one can touch them. I would remind them that God is not fazed by their pride. It may be a bitter pill to swallow for Anons, to watch them gloat in public, but our disdain will turn to joy when public justice finally arrives. It'll be that much sweeter now that we waited, believed, and fought through this precipice with our heads held high. The struggle is what makes it so special. The price you paid is not to be swept under the rug. God remembers everything you've gone through for him. He sees and won't allow the cabal to achieve their desired goal. He has deliverance planned, and he is pleased to have you share in his joy and play your God-given role. Victory is coming. He won't abandon us. We're living his deliverance plan. Think about how the enemy works against the children when a deliverance comes. In Moses' day, they murdered many children to stop him from coming, but this was to no avail. In Jesus' day, the same moment happened, and we know how that turned out. Now let this sink in. The enemy has sacrificed more children than any moment in the history of the world. What are they so afraid of? If precedent is anything to take note of, we are witnessing a full-scale war against our generation. The enemy hates deliverance, and we know he usually targets the children when he senses something special happening. Think about it. I would argue that we are walking through a modern-day exodus, but on a global scale that is absolutely unprecedented. Millions of children are being slaughtered, and I would argue that it is because they fear the fall of Babylon. We were slaves to Mystery Babylon and its rulers, and they are panicking. Here is the good news. God never fails. He didn't fail in Moses' day. He didn't fail when Jesus destroyed their works, and he will not fail in our generation as he delivers us from the cabal. God is winning. The Great Awakening will be written about in history books. Anons will be looked back on kindly as the ragtag group of patriot digital soldiers who worked to wake people up to the corrupt rulers whose time was coming. Hold your head up high, Anon. We were part of a spark that set the world on fire. There is absolutely no stopping what has begun. Everything the enemy does is brought back against him. Think of the plagues of Egypt. Every single one only hit the enemy in the end, and God's people thrived. A day is coming when everything that they have will be taken from them, perhaps suddenly. And you, the Anon, have front row seats for the great moment of our time. And I think that is something worth thanking God about. Even though we experience the bitterness of awakening before much of the world, our elation will be unlimited when the day comes. Goodbye, Mystery Babylon. The light is shining and your days of rule are coming to a glorious end.
welcome, Patriots. Illinois Jack reporting for duty. God bless you guys and gals. I hope you're having a really good weekend. Got a lot of awesome things to take a look at. The world's getting itself in a damn hurry. I love you guys. Good to see ya. You know, yesterday was supposed to be my day off, and I stayed up really late Friday night working. I slept in Saturday morning, and I'd been up for like 20 minutes when I got this knock at the door. Every time my neighbor finds an animal, he comes to my door. He found this dog wandering by the road, and we got a fairly busy road here, and it can't see very well. It's like, you know, cataracts, and it looks really old. I can't tell if it's really old or just really abused. It doesn't, I mean, it looks like it's been sitting outside its whole life. So I ended up bringing it in. I wasn't sure if he'd get along with my dogs, and his hair's falling out. I mean, the poor guy, I took him and gave him a bath and spent hours getting the fleas off this dog. I've never seen so many fleas on a dog in my life. It was sad. But now he's doing pretty good. He's resting and he's clean, and I don't know. I can't tell if he's old or just really beat down, but he's just been sleeping, and so I guess I'll be taking care of another little creature. Let's get into some things here today. A reminder of a few things. Or JAG attorneys in D.C., National Guard in D.C., government shut down. Hillary Clinton will be deposed on October 9th, this Thursday. Bill Clinton on the 14th. They're the last two scheduled to be deposed. Comey's been indicted. Did you ever think you'd read something like you just did? You know, I always did. I always knew it was coming. I mean, even at the worst point of 2020, I felt like there would be a day where we got to laugh about all this. I'm not saying we're laughing yet, but SG Anon put up a couple things about what was going on. Trump announced that Israel had accepted an initial withdrawal, shared the line with Hamas, bringing the conflict closer than ever to a resolution. I mean, we're going to get into this anyway, so I don't know if I need to go into all this, but Egypt and Israel's hosting delegations. Maduro accused the U.S. of trying to overthrow him and install a puppet government. Russia launched a major overnight drone attack, if you believe that. First time since Bashar al-Assad fled in exile in 2024. After 13 years of civil war and brutal crackdown, Syrians are casting votes in an actual election. Jordan Peterson's daughter asked for prayers for her father after he had been diagnosed with critical illness, polyneuropathy. Interesting. I hadn't heard that one. Police unleashed tear gas. Yeah, we're going to get into all this. Tesla dropped a video, speculate hints that the next-gen Roadster could debut cold gas thrusters on October 10th. Interesting. And Bitcoin smashed its previous all-time high, trading near $125,617. It's not my night, is it? We'll get warmed up here. Yeah. I don't know why, but this is my funniest thing I saw today. It made me laugh. Why are you always so fucking negative? Trump says to Netanyahu. We'll get into that too. This was from yesterday. There's been 227 arrests so far in Memphis, 65 illegal guns seized. There's so many operations going on. Every day I read about new operations in new cities. We're going to look at some of those. This is probably the coolest thing. We kept seeing this post, oh, sorry, Dems are booked all day tomorrow. And this was posted by the White House. and it's sort of in regards to the shutdown, but people started saying, when you look at the Delta for the day, it starts to look more like there were arrests going on. Are you ready to see arrests? Are you ready to see pain? Are you ready to be a part of history? Could be. Dim's getting booked. I don't know. What do you guys think? Just thought I'd go over that. That's important. Let's see. I wasn't here yesterday. I was here Friday. But I wanted to point out these deltas anyway. James Baker testifying against Comey. That would be interesting. Maybe we'll see the results of that, if that did happen, come up here when stuff starts to go down with Comey. D-class coming. Narrative shift in full force. UK, Australia assisted rogue elements of the U.S. government to take down a duly elected president. That was one of yesterday's deltas. Kash Patel fired an FBI agent who refused to carry out the perp walk and arrest the former FBI director James Comey. We talked about that, didn't we? How they had announced that he was going to turn himself in on September 26th, and then there was nothing else about it. He was indicted, supposed to turn himself in, then nothing else. And so today we're finding out that, there was supposed to be, FBI is considering carrying out a showy arrest and perp walk of the agency's now indicted ex-director James Comey, and has suspended an agent who refused to participate in the plan, according to sources familiar with the matter. So, yeah, he was indicted 25th. They said he was going to turn himself in 26th. He goes to court in Virginia for an October 9th arraignment. Let's take a look deeper.
Breaking moments ago, MSNBC has just confirmed, reporting for Reuters, that an FBI agent in the Washington field office has been fired. And they were fired for refusing to arrest and perp walk James Comey. Now, the Washington field office covers the Eastern District of Virginia. Comey is being allowed to surrender for booking at his arraignment next week. They wanted to perp walk Jim Comey.
Yes. A reminder, Michael, that this is about humiliation and not actually about accountability or justice.
Absolutely, Alicia. It's always about Donald Trump getting retribution for the humiliation he thought or felt was placed upon him. And so to the extent...
Did they really believe that? It's not like he did something illegal, right? Unless we forget, every time Trump had them coming after him, they had cameras already there waiting and mug shots and yada yada. So let the leftist media say what they want. They're absolutely ridiculous. Moving forward here, there's this rumor going around that Iran had executed several Mossad agents accused of plotting an armed insurgency. It's not the first time that's happened.
Iran has executed 6 individuals accused of working with Israel's Mossad intelligence agency, according to reports from Iranian state media. The executions were carried out in the southern city of Ahvaz, located in Khuzestan province, on Saturday morning. Authorities said the convicted men were involved in terrorism, espionage, targeted assassinations, and bomb attacks inside Iran. The court verdict stated that the group had received financial and military support from foreign intelligence networks, particularly Israel's Mossad. In a separate case, a Kurdish man was also executed for the murder of an Iranian cleric, further intensifying the country's recent wave of capital punishment against alleged spies and dissidents.
Is this like, this is alleged, by the way, because I haven't seen a news story about it other than that video, but it's sort of like Israel can't stir up shit with Hamas anymore. They'll stir up shit with Iran. I don't know. We'll see more with Iran, I have a feeling. So a federal judge halted Trump's efforts to deploy the 200 National Guard troops to Portland, but I think Trump's doing it anyway. According to Gavin Newsom, he's already requested 300 California National Guard troops to go to Oregon, defying the judge's order. Stephen Miller says, legal insurrection. The president is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, not an Oregon judge. Portland and Oregon law enforcement, at the direction of local leaders, have refused to aid ICE officers facing relentless terrorist assault and threats to life. There are more local law enforcement officers in Oregon than there are guns and badges in the FBI nationwide. It's an organized terrorist attack on the federal government and its officers, and the deployment of troops is an absolute necessity to defend our personnel, our laws, our government, public order, and the republic itself.
All right, we're taking a closer look at Portland now. President Trump speaking out against officials in Oregon after a federal judge there blocked him from deploying the National Guard to Portland. Hundreds of people have been protesting at an ICE facility there. Both state and city officials sued last week after Trump promised to send 200 troops to Portland. NewsNation's Marcus Espinoza has been following.
He's always getting sued, I swear.
John, so the judge granted that temporary restraining order late this afternoon, and an hour later, Attorney General Dan Rayfield and Portland Mayor Keith Wilson both spoke about the ruling, saying that the decision reaffirms their decision and that it doesn't go with the president's, quote, war-torn fantasy of the city. So now this ruling will stay in effect for 14 days until October 18th. The Attorney General says he expects this ruling will be appealed to the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, but says they are prepared for it. Attorney General Rayfield says
it doesn't sound like much of a fantasy to me. It sounds like a lot of chaos, and that's what it looks like in the videos from there. But you know what? There's been shootings in damn near every city, I swear. All day long I've been reading about shootings and more shootings. Homeland Security requested National Guard to be sent to Chicago after the incident there in Broadview, where the law enforcement officers were rammed by vehicles and boxed in by 10 cars. Agents were unable to move their vehicles and exited the car. One of the drivers who rammed the law enforcement vehicles was armed with a semi-automatic weapon. Law enforcement was forced to deploy their weapons and fire defensive shots at an armed U.S. citizen who drove herself to the hospital to get care for wounds where she died. And so it's sort of stirred up more chaos in Broadview. So you can see it's getting chaotic there.
Plans now officially in place to deploy National Guard troops to Chicago. It started with an apparent warning video here on social media this morning. Department of Homeland Security Secretary posting about a recent immigration raid in South Shore with the message, Chicago, we're here for you. In a statement, Governor J.B. Pritzker said the Trump administration's Department of War gave me an ultimatum, call up your troops or we will. It is absolutely outrageous, he says, and un-American to demand a governor send military troops within our own borders and against our will. That news
not when people are getting hurt and dying. And Chicago's a shit show. I mean, just needs to happen. It's interesting. He was going to send the guard, then he wasn't. And I think he changed his mind again. So the U.S. envoy headed to Egypt for the Gaza ceasefire talks. As Trump says, we're very close to the deal, and included Jared Kushner.
Good evening. I'm John Yang. President Trump is sending envoys Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner to Cairo this weekend to try to nail down a deal between Hamas and Israel to free the remaining Israeli hostages. The president hopes that would be the first step toward ending their war, which is to enter its third year on Tuesday. In Gaza, the skies were relatively calm. Palestinian hospital officials say Israeli bombing has significantly subsided, though not stopped entirely. They said at least 5 Palestinians had been killed. Israeli officials say the IDF has shifted to a defensive posture in Gaza.
See, the number I read was 70 people killed, so it's kind of how the news is right now. Trump wrote, I appreciate that Israel's temporarily stopped the bombing in order to give the hostage release and peace deal a chance to be completed. Hamas must move quickly or else all bets will be off. Will not tolerate delay, which many think will happen, or any outcome where Gaza poses a threat again. Let's get this done fast and everyone will be treated fairly. After negotiations, Israel's agreed to the initial withdrawal line, which we have shown to and shared with Hamas. When Hamas confirms the ceasefire will be immediately effective, the hostages and prisoner exchange will begin, and we will create the conditions for the next phase of withdrawal, which will bring us close to the end of this 3,000-year catastrophe. Thank you for your attention. I found that part interesting for some reason. The 3,000-year catastrophe. That goes back a ways, doesn't it? We might, if we have time here, look deeper into what he's talking about there. He posted a picture from Israel showing that even the people of Israel are ready. It's now or never. He wrote this. I said to Benjamin Netanyahu, this is your chance for victory. He was fine with it. He's got to be fine with it. He has no choice. With me, you got to be fine. Let's see. And Trump, yeah, I guess Benjamin Netanyahu responded that this is nothing to celebrate and that it doesn't mean anything. And Trump said, I don't know why you're always so effing negative. Netanyahu deleted a post about agreeing to Trump's immediate ceasefire that said, we will continue to work in full cooperation with the president and his team in order to bring the war to an end in accordance with the principles set forth by Israel, which are consistent with President Trump's vision. I could see why he might delete that. It's kind of cocky. This is about the airstrikes reported after the bombing. Let's see if I can make this bigger. Trump has boxed in Netanyahu and Hamas. When you see that the same Iron Bank is behind both the Muslim Brotherhood, which is Hamas, and the Zionist movement, Benjamin Netanyahu, the fake drama just doesn't work on you anymore. And you understand both sides are puppets being used by a player who stays in the shadows while reaping maximum gains from the endless conflict. Trump is cutting the puppet strings on both sides. They don't have a choice. Yeah. That's pretty accurate, wouldn't you say? Marco Rubio says Israeli bombing needs to stop. They talked to him this morning.
We turn now to Secretary of State and National Security Advisor Marco Rubio. Good morning to you, Mr. Secretary.
Good morning.
It would be extraordinary to end what has been one of Israel's longest and bloodiest wars. The prime minister said he's only allowing these talks that will be underway in Egypt to go for a few days. What exactly is the deadline for Hamas and the terror groups who are holding hostages? When do they need to release them?
Well, yeah, so a couple points. The Hamas has, obviously, look, we're dealing with Hamas, okay? So let's take that for what it is. But they have said that they agree with the president's framework for the release of the hostages. So what those talks should be about, and some of that conversation is already happening now, it's not waiting until Monday in Cairo, is the logistics behind the release of these hostages. How do you stop the fighting? Who's going to go in and get them? You know, when are they going to be released? Where are they picked up? What are the processes for this? That's what this conversation should be about at this point, because they've agreed to the framework of it. Mm-hmm. Then there's second beyond that is what happens after that, and that is how do we ensure that we can create and help build a Gaza free of terrorism, free of Hamas, free of anything like Hamas, and that's going to take work and some time, not just to agree on, but to implement. But that's important because that's what's going to bring a permanent end to these hostilities in the long term. And so those are the two phases here. But right now, that
really is important. How do you, I don't know if there's a specific wording about disarmament, but who's going to be there to see that the killing stops? There's a lot to lay out still, but the hostage exchange would be a really good start, in my opinion. So I'd like to see that part. And of course, Trump said today, going a little further, that he's warning he will completely obliterate Hamas if they try to remain in power or anything else.
This is what the IDF's defensive posture looked like in Gaza City today. While negotiators were convening in Egypt, Shadi Mansour was digging through the rubble with his bare hands after an airstrike last night. He finally found the body of his...
We're going to move on from that. And Discord users... Discord got hacked. One of the service's contractors was compromised, and hackers stole users' passport information and other personal information. The leak included those who contacted support for age verification, names, email addresses, nicknames, the last 4 digits of bank cards, and photos of documents that users submitted were all leaked. The company has already begun notifying users, revoked the contractor's access, and brought the matter to the attention of regulators. So, you know, a lot of you guys really probably don't use Discord. So, there's that. I wonder if that has something to do with the supposed conversation with Tyler Robinson and 20 plus other people about murdering Charlie Kirk. Discord didn't want to give that information over to the FBI. Maybe that information got hacked somehow. Just a thought. The Puk-Puk Treaty was signed, a military alliance between Australia and Papua New Guinea. Both countries signed the so-called Puk-Puk Treaty, which obligates them to defend each other in the event of an attack.
2 weeks ago, Anthony Albanese suffered a brief but embarrassing diplomatic setback when PNG's cabinet couldn't reach a quorum to endorse the Puk-Puk Treaty with Australia. Today, that incident looks much more like a blip than a disaster, with PNG's Prime Minister James Marape confirming his cabinet met again last night, this time signing off on the landmark agreement. Mr. Marape declaring in a statement this afternoon the document...
That's really good news for New Guinea. They need a lot of help down there. Moving forward, Russia arrested a dual citizen of Ukraine and Israel, Boris Wolfman, accusing him of operating a global organ trafficking network. He allegedly promised clients in the United States and Canada, Israel, and Germany faster access to kidney, hearts, and liver transplants. He called his company In the Name of Heaven and claimed his work was God's will. His operations stretched from Costa Rica to Kosovo. That's a long distance right there. Good guy to get the hell off the streets, wouldn't you say? Secretary of War Pete Hegseth helped set a new Guinness Book World Record as 3,068 people did push-ups at the same time for 1 minute straight. He did it on the field with the Naval Academy. It was pretty cool, really. You got to admit, Pete Hegseth's a pretty cool guy. He's one of the most active people, I'd say, in Trump's administration. To ICE, Border Patrol, law enforcement, and all U.S. military, as per my August 25th executive order, please be advised that from this point forward, anyone burning the American flag will be subjected to 1 year in prison. Trump posted this again, I think, in relation to Nick Sorter being arrested and talking about the flag that he brought home that he saved from getting burned. So, Il Donaldo Trumpo, which I think is Trump, also posted about Nick Sorter, but I don't have that post. A man crashed his vehicle into LA City Hall and barricaded himself inside, refusing to exit. A cardboard sign on the windshield read, "I need your help, D. Trump." Reports of a potential explosive device, item identified as possibly an oxygen tank, had the LAPD bomb squad on the scene. There were no confirmed weapons or devices. There was another little sign there that I really can't read, but I feel like it said, "Don't want to hurt nobody," but I'm not sure. Anyway, they didn't report much about this.
We begin with this breaking news in downtown Los Angeles. A driver crashing onto the steps of City Hall in downtown LA. Some suspicion as to the motive here and what could be end up happening. Chris Christie live overhead in Air 7. Chris.
Yeah, that's right, Mark. This incident happened at 4:07, just about 53 minutes ago. You can see that car jumping the curb in front of City Hall, coming right up to the front step there. Appears some liquid coming from underneath the vehicle there, with a driver who is refusing to come out of the vehicle, and there are signs that he is displaying out the window there. Now, LAPD has established a line of communication with this suspect. They have deployed a drone overhead so they have a clear view into the driver's side of this vehicle. That cardboard sign there on the left, incidentally, says, "I need your help, D. Trump." We do not know what this person's intentions are, but at this point, guys, they are treating him as a threat until they can prove otherwise and figure out how to bring him into custody. In the meantime, they are evacuating the immediate vicinity around the front steps of City Hall. Up and down Spring Street, there is a large LAPD presence here in the City Hall, all around City Hall right now. And right now, it's really going to be a waiting game as they continue to try and talk him through this. Again, a negotiator is on the line with that suspect. Reporting live from Air 7, I'm Chris Christie, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Did you find it funny that ABC LA has a reporter named Chris Christie? But yeah, I wonder what that guy was doing, what he needed Trump for. We'll have to wait and see if more of that story comes out. Carolyn Leavitt posted that the White House is looking into this. If you remember, we reported the other day about this situation where this guy's 6-year-old son was stabbed to death. A guy broke into the house, stabbed his son, killed his 6-year-old, and then was released from jail for good behavior. I guess we release child killers now, huh? Anyway, I guess the White House is now looking into it and trying to find out what the hell is going on with that situation. We don't let child killers walk. This was an interesting post that MJ Truth put up about an old study about Tylenol and its impairing masculinization of the male brain in females that were pregnant with boys. So he says, does Tylenol turn baby boys gay? It disrupts the sexual neurobehavioral programming, apparently, in an old study. Guess it's time to stay the hell away from Tylenol. I like this post. Somebody pointed out about how the old Air Force One, there's a NATO blue. It says we're done with that shadow government shit for all time. The new Air Force One. I like those colors. Colors of the United States. Supreme Court's allowing Trump to temporarily end protected status for 300,000 Venezuelans in the country.
We've got some breaking news now that could impact the future of hundreds of thousands of Venezuelans in the U.S. under temporary protected status. The U.S. Supreme Court is allowing the Trump administration to strip their legal protections.
The justices issued an emergency order that lasts as long as the court case continues. That order puts a lower court ruling that found the administration had wrongly ended TPS on hold. This is the second time the Supreme Court has made such a move.
I have a feeling this has something to do with the fact that we might potentially end up going to war with Venezuela. Former NFL quarterback Mark Sanchez was stabbed in Indianapolis and potentially stabbed another person in Indianapolis as he was arrested at the hospital.
We begin on this Saturday evening with breaking news. Former NFL quarterback Mark Sanchez arrested in connection with a stabbing in downtown Indianapolis. The 38-year-old, now Fox analyst, was in town to call the Colts game tomorrow. Now he's injured in the hospital and facing preliminary charges. Our Alex Almanza is live tonight. We're near where the stabbing happened this morning. So, Alex, what have you learned?
Jenny, we do know that Sanchez is in the hospital and in stable condition per reports from Fox officials. Now, IMPD says this started early this morning around 12:30 a.m. Police say they were called to the 300 block of West Washington Street downtown, just across from the Indiana Government Center, on reports of some sort of physical disturbance. Now, they arrived and found two men injured, one with lacerations, the other, Mark Sanchez, with stab wounds. Less than an hour ago, IMPD released an update saying he had been arrested at the hospital in connection to this incident. Now, he faces preliminary charges of battery, public intoxication, and unlawful entry of a motor vehicle. Again, Sanchez is still at the hospital in stable condition awaiting release. He has not yet been sent to jail. This is now in the hands of the Marion County Prosecutor's Office, who will make the final decisions.
One guy with lacerations and then Mark Sanchez stabbed. So who had the knife? Did they both have a knife? That's what we're going to have to wait and see there. You wouldn't think a sports analyst would be carrying around a knife on the job, but I don't know. Authorities found another SIM network Communist China is operating to disrupt critical infrastructure and enable criminal networks. The agents found 200,000 SIM cards in New Jersey, 2 times the amount found in New York a few weeks back or a week ago. They could send 30 million anonymous texts every minute and shut down cell service. That could be bad.
Federal agents discovered an additional 200,000 SIM cards in New Jersey, linked to a massive telecommunications network in the New York tri-state area, previously seized by the Secret Service. The network, possibly connected to Chinese actors, had over 100,000 SIM cards across 300 servers, capable of sending 30 million texts per minute and disrupting cell towers or emergency communications. Early analysis suggests the network was used by foreign governments and criminal organizations, including gangs, drug cartels, and human trafficking rings, CBS News has reported. Authorities have not made any arrest and are conducting forensic analysis of the SIM cards.
So there's that story. It's pretty serious, but can't you see how busy Trump's got everybody? There is so much happening everywhere. Trump himself today and Melania were at Norfolk, Virginia to celebrate the Navy's 250th birthday. He posted it'll be a big day with the Navy. Leaving now, the U.S. has the greatest military by far in the world. This will be a show of naval aptitude and strength. We'll take a quick look.
Please join me in welcoming my husband, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Reception, right? It's pretty wild. That was on for a while today, but I didn't get a chance to watch any of his speech, but I heard it was good. General Flynn posted, all warfare is based on deception. Hence, when we are able to attack, we must seem unable. When using our forces, we must appear inactive. When we are near, we must make the enemy believe we are far. When we are far, we must make him believe we are near. The art of war. And then he posted this with it from Q. Disinformation is real. Disinformation is necessary. Not sure 100% if he's pointing anything specific, but maybe. Israeli people are siding with Trump now, not Bibi. Checkmate. That's very true. And from Boone Cutler's page, though he's dead now, and apparently, according to a few of you, other people have access to his account, something big is coming. That was posted yesterday. I mean, yep. Can't say much more than that about it, but something big's definitely coming. This from a different account. Blessed are they who keep their watch through the night, for upon them shall the first rays fall, and they shall be called the children of the dawn. This next coming 2 days is the nights of the harvest moon. The October supermoon, known as the harvest moon, occurs Monday, October 6th. And I seen something about it being out on the 7th, too. Full moon is closest to the autumnal equinox. It also carries a historical name, harvest moon. You can see it rising over the horizon with Saturn to its upper right. Connected it to this Q post. Morning sun brings heat. Full moon coming. Undiscovered stars learned. Mission forward. Always some wild stuff these days. And at least 5 are dead in a large-scale nighttime Russian strike on Ukraine. Probably Ukraine striking itself. I don't know. After seeing that stuff about them attacking themselves from that whistleblower, I can't take any of it seriously. A gunman killed 2 and injured 12 in a shootout in a crowd in Alabama's capital city yesterday.
Joining us this morning, I'm Simon Schuessler.
Or maybe
At least
Friday
2 people
night.
are dead and 14 people were shot last night, including 2 juveniles, in a mass shooting in the heart of downtown Montgomery. 3 of the injured fighting for their life at this hour with critical injuries. Police say this happened on the corner of Bibb and Commerce Street around 11:30 last night. This, of course, coming on a weekend full of festivities in the capital city, including the Tuskegee Morehouse Classic, the Alabama National Fair, and Alabama State University's homecoming, seeing thousands of people traveling to Montgomery for a weekend of fun.
To have a heinous event like this take place prior to midnight in the busy part of our entertainment district is reckless and it's selfish.
I got to be honest with you guys, with it being homecoming time and all that talk and those posts last week about homecoming, this could be the time of something big happening. Something very similar happened at South Carolina State University over the weekend as well.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of South Carolina. South Carolina State University is on lockdown after reports of gunfire on campus tonight. Here's what we know right now. The university says police believe shots were fired into the area of Eugene Suites, a dorm there. Residents in that complex were told to stay put. Students in other residence halls were advised to return to their rooms. Off-campus residents were asked to leave the campus. We will be sure to update you as soon as we learn more information.
So those were just two of the shootings that occurred over the weekend. I read about quite a few. Tropical storm Priscilla is forming in the Pacific, and it might bring some rainfall to your Phoenix area.
All right, let's check in with Pete. I think it was the best morning I've had.
I think I need to fast forward this just a tad. I don't need to see the whole Phoenix forecast.
All right, I did want to discuss some changes that could be coming by the end of next week. So this is a Tropical Storm Priscilla. This is a computer model prediction. So by the middle and the end of the week, this will likely fall apart somewhere. Now, this particular model says this would fall apart near Baja California and then send some moisture our way. If this particular scenario pans out, yes, that would certainly increase our rain chances by, say, next Friday and Saturday. There is another scenario where the storm stays further out to sea and the remnants really never get that close to us. So a lot of uncertainty with this part of the forecast. We just wanted to give you a heads up right now that is something worth watching.
That's Priscilla, and the potential tropical storm would be Hurricane Jerry, might be forming out in the Atlantic. The real storm kicker right now is Typhoon Matmo in China and the Philippines.
Le sud de la Chine est assiégé par le typhon Matmo qui déferle sur la mer de Chine méridionale avec des vents soutenus de 160 à 180 km/h. Les rafales sont suffisamment fortes pour déraciner des arbres entiers, renverser des bus et arracher des toits en béton de leurs fondations.
As an extremely powerful storm hitting southern China. Let's take a look at the reporting on it. I wanted to show you what it looked like.
Southern China is battling the impact of Typhoon Matmo, which has struck during one of the busiest holiday seasons of the year. The storm has caused widespread disruption with many flights and events cancelled across several provinces. Nearly 350,000 people have been evacuated from high-risk zones and coastal areas to safer locations. In Guangdong, over 10,000 emergency and rescue personnel have been deployed to assist with evacuation efforts and provide aid. The National Meteorological Center has said the storm, which is the 21st typhoon of the year, had intensified into a severe system before striking the coast. Authorities in the port city of...
Isn't it weird that there's no hurricanes hitting the American coast, but China's, that's their 21st typhoon this year? They're getting whooped up on. War games, I don't know, maybe. In D.C., they arrested a suspect for alleged explosive outside the annual Red Mass. They have not put anything out on this story yet. Just a tiny bit of footage. And that's really all there is to this footage. Why the hell would you put a tent on a staircase? Anyway, I don't know, maybe it was something to do with a homeless person they were trying to move that claimed to have an explosive. I don't know, but we'll find out eventually, guys. Federal judge blocks the Trump administration from sending teen migrants to any adult detention centers. Judge temporarily blocked them from sending underage migrants to the detention centers until they turn 18. Said the new policy violates an order issued in 2021 ordering migrant and immigration systems to not send any juveniles to adult facilities. So there's that. There's always something going on with the courts. Some good, some bad. Trump replaces fired immigration judges with military lawyers. About 100 Army Reserve lawyers will begin 6-month assignments to ease a 3.4 million case backlog. The brief, the Trump administration is assigning military lawyers as temporary immigration judges after firing dozens from the bench What a backlog. 3.4 million cases. Trump wants as many as 600 military-trained attorneys to help make decisions about which immigrants can stay in the country. Interesting.
The Trump administration is recruiting National Guard and Army Reserve lawyers to serve as temporary immigration judges after firing over 100 existing judges, raising concerns about due process in the backlog courts handling more than 3 million cases. Training for 100 Army Reserve lawyers begins on Monday, with 50 starting 6-month assignments immediately after completion. The administration wants 600 military attorneys in total, effectively doubling the remaining 600 immigration judges. Unlike previous requirements of 7 years' experience and extensive training, temporary judges now need no immigration law background. Former Army JAG attorney Margaret Stock warns, immigration law is more complex than tax law and constantly changing. The administration argues many successful judges lacked immigration experience, while critics say using inexperienced military lawyers will increase appeals and backlogs. Democratic senators question whether the plan violates the Posse Comitatus Act prohibiting military law enforcement duties. Immigration advocates fear military lawyers are presumed more likely to deny cases supporting Trump's deportation goals, though some military...
So I'm assuming that's 3.4 million cases of people that have applied legally to get into the country. Interesting. In Ohio, over 100 people were arrested in a sex trafficking sting, including a priest, following Operation Next Door. Take a look at this.
135 people. That's how many were arrested last week in a massive statewide human trafficking sweep called Operation Next Door. In all, 32 people were arrested on felony prostitution and sex charges, and 103 others for seeking to buy sex, including from minors. Among them, 55-year-old Michael Ford from Cleveland Heights, who identified himself as a teacher, and 76-year-old Dean Diamond here, the presiding priest at Annunciation Greek Orthodox Church in Cleveland. Attorney General Dave Yost underscored the wide range of people arrested in the statewide sting.
How about a 76-year-old Greek Orthodox priest from Cleveland? He admitted it was the second time he'd been picked up for this offense. It happens everywhere, all kinds of people. It's your neighbors, it's your coworkers, it's the delivery guy, it is the people at the hotel for your business trip. It is not okay.
We reached out to the church for comment tonight, as well as the Greek Orthodox Archdiocese, but did not get a response.
It's good to see them working on these operations, especially Ohio. Ohio, you are a mess. Don't worry, I live in Illinois. Okay, we're a mess too. Couple random posts. I guess this really doesn't matter because this is from 2 days ago. So I'll skip that. But these were some interesting posts. On October 4th, just hours after Trump urged Israel to halt its bombing, 70 Palestinians, most of them children, killed. See, I don't believe that so much. But it says Netanyahu is an untrustworthy person. Never believe the Zionist murderers. They do not want peace. I found that interesting because this post with it said, Zionism is a godless movement created by people who abhorred and wanted to eradicate Judaism. Judaism is around for more than 3,000 years. There's that 3,000 years that Trump put in his post, I think. The Torah is our guide, our beating heart, and what makes us proud to be Jewish. How can Zionism, which represents the very opposite of basic Torah values, represent the Jewish people? Yeah, I think he's right about that. I think that's why Trump said in his post, we got to end this Hamas-Israel thing that's been going on 3,000 years when Hamas hadn't been around that long. Offshoot of the Muslim Brotherhood. Trump says Putin's offer on nuclear arms control sounds like a good idea, and I have to agree there.
Good morning. How are you? President Trump, according to
a big day. President Putin offers to keep limits on nuclear arms for 1 more year to then hopefully negotiate a new treaty. Sounds like a good idea to me.
Mr. President, according to your plan, the
One of the biggest, we're celebrating our Navy and our military. Okay, let's go.
Don't you find it odd that if Putin wants nuclear arms deals with Trump, that he would be sending drones into all these Eastern European countries? You got a man, he put out the message about Charlie Kirk and his family, and nothing Putin's done whatsoever makes me think that he's behind these attacks. I think Ukraine is going to be revealed for what they've been doing. Same with Israel, Hamas, Muslim Brotherhood, Antifa. You're all going down, so you might as well just enjoy your last days. And yeah, that's about the nuclear deal. Move that, and I believe it gets us through our news. Make sure I didn't miss anything pop up. All right. We got a lot of choices of what we can look at tonight. Let me pull my thing up here and see what we got. A lot of people were on tonight. Juan O'Sullivan was on with PPN. And then Mark Cook was on with PPN today, which I think would be very good for you to watch. There was a very good roundtable. A couple of roundtables, actually, we should probably look at. I came across the Greatest Show on Earth, Part 3, Israel for Last. Do you guys know if we watched that before? I can't remember. See if I missed anything else. I found all kinds of stuff. There was another video somewhere. See how organized I am today? Anyway. Where should we start? I think we should. Oh, and Robert Kraft, that guy you guys were asking about, was on with Captain Kyle as well. I think that would be good to look at because you can get those two talking. They have some good conversations. So, any preferences? I guess I will pick where we start. This one long table's or round table's pretty long, but what do you guys think? Robert Kraft, Juan, big round table. Let's go ahead and start with the round table. We got time, and I'll be in the chat with you guys.
September 30th, 2025. Welcome back to the Global Defense War Monthly Panel. We will cover from a military perspective just what is going on behind the scenes. Our esteemed panel today consists of 4 wartime correspondents. Retired Colonel Delta Forces Chuck Sellers, Just make an announcement. Retired Lieutenant Colonel Ricardo Bossi is always a part of our panel. There's some technical issues. He may be joining us later. Not certain of that, but we do definitely have Navy SEAL Michael Jaco, retired veteran, dedicated a total of 35 years serving the U.S. government in high-risk environments. Joining us also is retired Army Derek Johnson, an expert on tabulating and covering the Commander-in-Chief, President Donald J. Trump's laws and orders and current events, and Canadian military fighter, great to have back, Brad Wasney. This is a panel of experts with military and intelligence careers, having served their in this case, I say their nations because Ricardo's usually on, served this country, United States of America, with some combat experience as well to cut through the noise to help keep us informed through their analysis of what is going on in this war and where things are heading. So we bring our panel on. Thank you, gentlemen, for your service to our country and your continued service as civilians. Thanks for being here. We appreciate it very much. Alrighty. Oh, look at that. We do have retired Lieutenant Colonel Ricardo Bossi. Just announced your potential absence. Thank you, sir, for joining us from Australia.
Thanks, John. Pleasure to be here.
Beautiful. Excellent. All right. So we are all convened. There is so much going on. We were chatting in the proverbial digital green room, if you will, a moment ago, sir. And while I have 5 specific subjects I want to focus on in this broadcast, anything else that you feel is important, because it's crunch time right now, for the people to get your views on, add it into the conversation. It's please, by all means. So these are the several different subjects that I want to get to our viewers, just so you know where we're heading in the next 90 minutes or so. We're going to discuss James Comey. We're going to discuss Christianity under attack and what's going on there. We're going to discuss the move recently, of course, from President Trump through Pete Hegseth, Director of, so used to saying Defense, Secretary of War. We're going to discuss goings on in the UK and United Nations speech. We're going to connect the dots on the geopolitical shuffle. And we're going to talk about Bibi Netanyahu and President Trump and what just took place, invoking, of course, Q's statement, save Israel for last. I'm curious to dive into that notion a little bit further. All right, so let's begin. A grand jury has indicted James Comey on 2 counts, false statements to Congress and obstructing proceedings, pretty much the similar charges that General Mike Flynn received back in the day. Interesting. Comey's arraignment is set for early October. How do you see this situation playing out? What maneuvers do you think, Colonel Sellers, are taking place either overtly and covertly with the indictment and potentially arrest, I sure hope so, of James Comey? What do you see going on here?
I think it's long by a bunch of us that this needed to happen, and I think it's the first domino. Comey's going to be the first domino, but he's not going to be the last. And it's interesting that you mentioned the way General Flynn actually mentioned on the phone this morning that he was attacked that way, in a similar way as that. And I remember that in depth, how that was going on. So I just think it's the first domino in a long train of dominoes that's getting ready to happen. And I think they know it.
Mm-hmm. Excellent. I've been speaking with a lot of different folks, and that seems to be a consensus. Before we take this question around the panel, Colonel Sellers, I'd like to have a follow-up on that. Do you think that Comey has been already in rooms speaking with those in charge over a period of time, and now this is just sort of surfacing to follow through in the optics? In other words, a nice way of saying perhaps some kind of deal has been cut. Not that he's going to run free, but something took place already, or are we watching this in real time?
I think something's happened already, personally, and I don't think he's the only one that things have happened with already. Because the thing that I do believe is that they're playing this thing out very well. We mentioned it on the last show a month ago, that the things that are happening are very well scripted, very well organized, and I believe to go back to it, I believe it's a campaign plan that's being executed and has been in place for quite a while.
All right. Well, thank you, sir. And I got the visual of a stack of dominoes when you first answered the question, and this is what we're going to start to see coming down the pike very soon. It's good news. Same question to the panel. Welcome, Lieutenant Colonel Ricardo Bossi. You want to take that subject on, please?
Yeah, absolutely. It's the first one. It's not the one I expected, but it's a clever play because this is the thin edge of the wedge, and it's going to crack open slightly. So this is opening the door now for the show, the movie, the reveal. Nobody would have believed a catastrophic failure of every arm of government in one day, and so it's going to play out as everybody knows. Everybody around the table knows the game here. But this is that thin edge of the wedge, small crack. And now, well, Comey will reveal this, Comey will reveal that. More names will come in. They'll start eating their own. So this is the that final phase of the story, but it's going to be a very engaging one and credible to the people watching the show because it's going to take a while. It's going to come quickly, but it has to be sequential in order for them to grasp the enormity of it. And as everyone around here has said, this is a repeat of Mike Flynn. And once again, you've got that predictive programming. It happened before, therefore it can happen again. There's no psychological shock. Yes, we expected this. At some point, they might even say he was an FBI deep cover agent. I'm just joking, but that's the way it's going to go. And to the second part of your question, I believe that, yes, this has already been done. This is in the can, so to speak, and they're now rolling the episodes out as they need to.
Thank you. I don't think the average American who's awake, to use that term, has a soft spot for James Comey in their hearts. And I see a lot of boomerangs flying around. There's so many boomerangs flying, you got to duck these days. One of them is no one's above the law. So let's remember that, Mr. Comey. Same question to Michael Jaco. Thanks for being here, Michael.
Yeah, so I remember when Comey was talking about Hillary Clinton, all of the crimes that she had committed, and I was like, this is amazing, because he was just outlining all these crimes. And I was like, she is going down. And then when he said that we've reviewed everything and we're not going to press charges because this, and I was like, what a criminal, unbelievable. So I was like, yeah, your days are numbered, dude. Sure enough, here we go with James Comey, now after many years, getting ready to be indicted. He goes in, I think, October 9th. So it's coming up very quick, 9 days from now. And we're going to see this domino effect, like we're all talking about, start to unravel for a lot of these people. I think behind the scenes, a lot of these people have already been dealt with. This is part of the show for the normies. We all pretty much know it's already been, handled for a certain level. But there's still a lot of work to go on. A lot of reveals are coming in. 274 FBI agents were at J6. Now I was there that day, and I saw that there were some very suspicious people in the crowd. I felt that there was deep state involvement and all kind of crazy stuff. And then I went to a court case where this one poor woman, grandmother, was basically FBI had done this investigation against her in the Capitol, and she was convicted, which was incredible. And she was going to go to jail. Fortunately, President Trump came out and said, J6ers, you're basically, you're pardoned. And so she was supposed to go the next day to jail, and she didn't. So, the FBI has lost a lot of credibility because of James Comey, and a lot of people like him. He's going to try and say, oh, Obama told me to do that, and, try and, escape justice. He's got I think a Biden appointed judge that's over him. We're not going to see justice, not in that system. So I believe, like we saw today, where President Trump and Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, basically their whole speech was like domestic. So you're going to see domestic activity in America, and our military is going to get involved very heavily in that. And I think we're going to see military tribunals on a massive scale. So Comey will probably go to military tribunal at some point.
Great, thanks. You know, that was going to be my follow-up. I had two-part follow-up, so I'll go there real quick. So you do, because, you know, in the civilian courts, we know, because we've got to clean out the justice system in our country, particularly a lot of judges in various levels, in order to get any justice and stop having barriers thrown in our way. But you're indicating then that you think this case will end up over in military tribunals because of the status of James Comey and the potential results of his crimes. Is that correct, Mike? You see it moving over there?
Yeah, it's not
tribunals versus civilian court.
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
Well, that's good news because I know a lot of folks listening right now. Go ahead.
There's not going to be any justice in civilian courts. It's already been proven. Otherwise, all those people, Hillary, Bill, all those guys would have been, you know, basically justice would have taken care of them long ago. So that system is corrupt. It's been proven to everybody. If he goes into that system, that means business is normal, and we're not in business as normal anymore. We're way beyond that now.
Yes. Thank you. I'm glad you laid all that down because I know that's on the minds of everyone listening right now when it comes to James Comey and all the rest to follow. Thank you. We're going around the panel. Derek Johnson, if you want to weigh in, Derek.
Well, I always bring in the laws and orders of this, right? As we all know, it's theater. It's playing out for the normal people because they got to get involved because there's no way we could have sustained the future looking like we've always looked from days of old. That is what makes 45-47 unique and different is that line in the sand, draining the swamp. And so theater, especially for all of us, but for the normal, what I call the target audience, since if we want to show any compassion, we'll use that instead of the word normie. But Jaco and I, we love that word normie. But we'll use the target audience, but restricting telecommunications. Look, my dad, he just turned 83, and it was so hard to convince him, even him being military, and he had clearance back in the day. It was hard during 2020 to convince him what was going on with the operation because what did he come back with? He was like, oh, we have laws and orders. We've always had laws and orders. They've never been enforced. And I'm like, are you a Trump man or not? I said, so I had to call out my own dad, right? I said, are you a Trump man or not? Yes. I said, okay, then there's a new sheriff in town. He is laying the law down, but it's going to be in increments. The domino effect, sometimes faster, sometimes slow. It's like those little games you see where they'll set up those boards where the dominoes will go faster and it's got another little thing that trips and then it goes slower. So the restricting telecommunication, if it was the days of old, like my dad had witnessed, and most people have, every one of us before 2016 knows this, it would be dog eat dog. If your name was in any kind of Russia collusion or DNI of the Russia Gate, whatever side it was on, you'd see a lot more mudslinging and dog eating. You're not seeing that, right? You're not seeing Obama defend himself. You're not seeing Hillary defend herself. You're not seeing any of that. You're seeing some normal stuff. The normie target audience is, but Comey hasn't. I just checked a while ago. I wasn't trying to be rude to the panel, but I was looking one more time to see when his last post was on X. It's still June the 10th. Does that sound like someone whose name is being indicated with anything? No. But what have the normie and target audience seen? They've seen a video of Comey talking. He was talking about his daughter being fired. And all. Why doesn't he post that on his own X account, right? So that shows you that they have been detained. This is all theater for others. And it's that old saying I heard Jaco say, but it's kind of the Navy has this term, don't give up the ship. Well, you can know and you can bet that when all these people were detained, somebody gave up the ship because they didn't know which one was going to hold their weight whenever they were detained. So somebody gave up the ship and they gave up everything. And we're going to see all that play out. But it will be in a military theater, military court, because the continuity government already shows that none of these courts were real. All the stuff with President Trump, that was all just for distraction pieces to get to this point. And that's why people are seeing the generals. I know we're going to talk about that later, but that's why people are seeing all this stuff happen in a sequence, as Lieutenant Colonel said, sequential.
Thank you. Yeah. Derek, what comes to mind is I think it was Juan O'Savin I spoke with last week on a different broadcast who said that he believes that the Comey family was relocated about 2 years ago out of their home. So that's kind of interesting, dovetailing into things have perhaps been going on for a while concerning James Comey. So same question to Brad Wozny. Thanks for being here, Brad. You're in your home country of Canada, correct, right now? Oh, we have no sound, sir. We don't hear you.
Thanks very much. What we thought was country, John, as all the men here on this panel know, these veterans, that it's registered on the SEC in Washington, D.C., never been a country. It was nice to see the king of the Western Kingdom today with what he put out there. Sheila Holmes and Mike did a great job on a show earlier. One
moment, Brad. Can you raise your volume? And to our producer, work it on both ends. Let's see if we can get your volume's about 40% down. It's a challenge.
So if I start singing the national anthem, would that help for Jessica? All right, right on.
That works right there. That volume level works.
Okay, copy that. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it. The Comey situation is great to inoculate the rest of the world to the fact that there's going to be treason trials. And then we're going to have the vaccine crimes against humanity trials. And then we're also going to have the crimes against children trials. Not only just for the smuggling and the trafficking and adrenochrome of children that goes back generations. And coincidentally, and not serendipitously whatsoever, today is the Day of Atonement in Canada, where Trudeau's foundation put out the mantra, every child matters. We know what that Trudeau's foundation is tied to in child trafficking, drug trafficking, fentanyl, and the crime. As we've seen in the U.S. and throughout this continent, 35.6%, as reported by CSIS, of Canada's population in the last 10 years has all been imported. So that's millions of people. And so this inoculation point for Comey's indictment, the whole world is watching that. I think it's great too, where now with Clinton's coming up, that nobody can escape the military justice and the tribunals. And it's unfortunate to see an experience that we just had at the Universal Ostrich Farms, which if any of the Americans or the Aussies don't know, and I'm sure Rick definitely knows as well, what just happened. 7 days ago today, we had the RCMP counterterrorism, ERT, the emergency response team rolling with the mobile command unit, helicopters, surveillance drones, RF jammers closed the airspace with the issued a no-tail to close the airspace, reported 140 RCMP vehicles and 200 heavily armed officers to terrorize a grandmother, her paraplegic husband in a motorized wheelchair, and their daughter on a farm with 400 ostriches because 10 months ago, one dead carcass tested positive on a PCR test, potentially for the H1N1 flu. So now what we're going to use this for across other nations, the UK, Australia, and the Commonwealth, is to get those people who are at those mid-level cockroaches to start turning and rolling on each other. Military is the only way, is the axiom, which I feel that very shortly, probably between now and American Thanksgiving, is going to become a verb for everybody. And we're going to be shouting that from the rooftops, potentially in the civilian areas as well. Very positive.
Wow. Unbelievable. To my producer, Jess, if while I'm going through the platform here in the panel, see if you can talk with Brad, in his ear, if you will, and make some additional adjustments to his audio. Yeah, thank you. All right. Excellent. Well, thanks a lot, Brad, for weighing in. We'll come back around with some other questions. And that brings us to, does anyone want to comment on anything else regarding the Comey issue before we move on to another subject? All righty. Then President Trump has declared an epidemic of violence in America. We were talking off camera about domestic. We'll get to that. So, the president again officially said, we have an epidemic of violence in America. Juan O'Savin reported the slaughtering of Christians in Africa. Just the other day, we had the shooting and fire in the Michigan church interesting timing. Are these attacks random, or is there a deeper, sinister force at play here concerning the broad subject of Christianity? Any angle you'd like to address this on to our panel, please do. We go back to Colonel Sellers, sir.
My gut feeling is that there is some sort of an architecture to this stuff, because the deep state do things by accident. They plan things out long in advance, even if they can move them in time and do them at different points in time. The infrastructure is already there. I believe these people, and I go back to the revolution. When the people that fought in the revolution is about 3% of the population. Okay, so if you use that as a rule, not everybody in these mosques and all this stuff, the great Islamist movement that's going in America that people talk about, and you start seeing more and more in the news about it, they're not all going to be combatants. But if you go with the 3% rule, there's going to be some people who've been trained underground or whatever, trained and ready to react according to their playbooks that they have rehearsed. So it's going to happen. I'm not saying that the entire Muslim population of the U.S. is going to overflow the streets and pull out their sabers and, do what Muhammad tried to do in the 700s. But there's going to be an element that's already prepared and well trained. And then one comment on just really quick about the not necessarily Comey, but about the generals being called in by Trump. Pay attention to the video of Trump talking to those generals, because I got a massive feeling of not only unresponsiveness, but nervousness and, oh God, what is coming on the part of a lot of those generals. I was just looking at their body language and hearing what they were murmuring about, as Trump is even making a joke about, well, you don't have to stay. You can leave anytime you want to. You're going to lose your rank and your future, but you can leave. I thought that was brilliant. And you could feel the undertones and current of what was passing person to person among those generals right then. It's almost like they're looking at each other like, I knew you were not doing things right. I knew you. It was a really weird feeling. I wanted to throw that out.
Thank you. Yeah, we're going to jump further into that in just a little bit. But that was interesting observation. So anything else, Colonel, on the Christianity? So you've got some concerns about a certain small percentage of the Islamic folks coming in to wreak some havoc, like the mercenaries and the folks at Soros.
Oh my God, yeah. And if they actually go after Soros, like they were saying in the news today, that they're going after him and they're going to take it down, that would be really, really good thing to do. No, I mean there's a lot more. We were chatting about it earlier, but there's a lot more ticker tape things that you see in the news and that come through that there's an upswell of the Islamist movement in the country, and it's just getting more and more. And I know that some of that is true right down the road from me. I mean, there's a Shiite community center at the edge of my neighborhood where at least 1,000 people congregate every single night, protected by off-duty police officers, I'm sure, that are being paid by that facility, by that church. And then right down 10 miles down the road is one of the largest mosques in the country. And in the last 3 weeks, month or so, they had massive demonstrations of massive numbers of Muslims that are associated with that mosque, just spilling all over the center of town in Sugar Land. I mean, that doesn't happen in Texas. You don't see that happening very often. I guess one good thing is that they just apparently passed a law banning Sharia law in Texas. Good on them.
Yes.
About time.
Yeah. Well, thanks for raising that issue. It's important. We got to keep our eyes and ears open for all types of potential disturbances. All right. So the same question to Lieutenant Colonel Bosi, Christianity. A lot happening.
Thanks. Thanks, John. And Chuck is exactly right. This is a systemic part of the plan. It's a structural part of the plan. Since they nailed Christ to the tree, they've had to get rid of the followers. Now, if you look at the trajectory of any religion, there has been no religion so persecuted as Christians ever from the beginning. And so effective was it that they actually had to co-opt it and jump in front of the crowd and take it over and create what we know as the Church of Rome, which was built not on Peter the fisherman, but on Simon Magus, a local magician, let's call him, who defrauded everybody. Constantine took it over, the religion, made it the empire, the religion of the empire, and they needed to direct it away from Christ's teaching. So going all the way back, there's been no religion more persecuted than the Christians. Now, having said that, let's jump forward to today. We know that communism is a technique for establishing control. It's not the Workers' Party that are, fighting for good rights for the workers. It's got nothing to do with that. We know that. Their own writing says it. And one of the key statements in their own philosophy is that communism and Christianity are antithetical. Communism cannot survive if Christianity exists. And that's why all the way through to today, and the appalling actions going on in South Africa and just Africa generally, all the Christians, children being put into bread to dough kneading machines, crushing them alive, things that you won't hear about on the news. This is all necessary to destroy Christianity. Now back to the communists, because communism, that technique that is being used by deep state, it's not actually what they claim it is. And let me give you a really sort of left field example to show you how profound this anti-Christian sentiment actions are necessary for the deep state to take control. In Australia, we've got a land rights movement with the Aboriginals. Now, there wasn't a problem. It was moving along quite well. Missionaries were out in the outback saving lives, Christian missionaries particularly, who would turn around tribal violence, alcoholism, rape and murder of their own. This is the Aborigines. And the Christian missionaries had an extraordinary success rate in stopping the violence, the alcoholism, and the degradation of our black people in Australia. The communists went in there with a specific agenda to keep them in their prehistoric setup, not allowing them to own land on their own, making sure they lived like communists, like socialists in a community. And many of the Aborigines were not the least bit interested in remaining in in an ancient way of life. They wanted a block of land of their own so they could advance. And what the communists did, and the land right movements in Australia is literally a figment of the Communist Party's imagination. And they went in there and they actively attacked and dismantled all the missionaries, the Christian missionaries in Australia, and returned the Aboriginal people to a desperate state of existence, which is worse than any third world country. Where, as an example, recently, not long ago, some months back, but it's the story all around Australia, where grandma was complaining too much because for whatever reason, and so one of the kids lopped off her head and wandered around with grandma's head in their arms, drunk, wandering around around Darwin, which is the capital city of our Northern Territory, and nothing ever happens. And the do-gooders, the hard left Australian Broadcasting Commission, which is our publicly funded news service, is boosting this nonsense and has been for decades, and has relegated them to this god-awful life where every child is sexually abused, they're drunk, they don't go to school, there's nothing. And all of that was as a direct result of the Christian missionaries being attacked and destabilized and chased out of town by the so-called Aboriginal human rights activists, who are all communist infiltrators and activists, throwing them out. And so this attack of Christianity, and everyone must understand this, Christianity must go down for the deep state to succeed. Now, it's not going to go down because, and here's the next part, and if this sounds like an insult, and forgive me, John, if I wax lyrical here just a little, I guess I'm fed up. I'm a little bit tired of all the nonsense. But they have to attack Christianity because we're the only ones on the planet who are going to fight for somebody else. Why? Because that's central to our philosophy, to our culture. We are all made in God's image. We are all equal regardless. No other religion has that concept to the depth that we do. Now, you have good Muslims, but as a country or a group, they will never fight for anybody but Muslims. Are there Muslims in armies? Yes. Do they fight? Yes. I'm not talking about individuals. I'm talking about a philosophy. The Jews. Has Israel ever fought for anybody but themselves? No. Hindus, do they fight for anybody but themselves? They can't even fight for themselves with their hierarchical system, with the Brahmins at the top and the untouchables on the bottom. Excuse me. In fact, the Brahmins aren't even on the bottom. You've got 4 layers, and the Brahmins are outside of society. And you can't advance no matter how good you are if you're untouchable. So these religions will never, as a group, as a country, as a philosophy, fight for anybody else, risk their lives for anybody else. Who does? The Christians. It's as simple as that. And that's why Christianity must go down. And just to put it, not to find a point on it, it's the Christian West and our failure that has led to exactly where we are today, the deep state in such a state of control and a hair's breadth from victory. Now, we're going to fight back and we're going to win, and we already have. But it's on us, folks. It's the Christians who have let down the planet. We're the only large group of people with a common view that says we must sacrifice ourselves for others. Why? Because we're all made in God's image. Nobody else will do it. It's our failure. I don't expect anything from Jews, Muslims, Christians, Hindus, or Buddhists or anybody else. I expect nothing from them because they have nothing in them that will sacrifice for others. Christians do. That's why it's got to go down. And back to Chuck's start point, it's exactly why it has been a part of every movement since he first turned up and they nailed him to the tree. We're going to win. We're going to win it without any doubt. We already have. We know that. Even if we lose on Earth, which we won't, we win the larger game. But this time we win on Earth as well. So that's a happy thought.
Thank you. You raised some interesting perspectives on that topic, and I appreciate you laying that down. And I think anybody would be hard-pressed to disagree with you. Same question over to Michael Jacob. Oh, we've got no audio. Your mic is muted.
Yeah, I totally agree with both these gentlemen. We've all traveled around the world quite extensively. The Christians are always attacked in the Middle East, always. If they don't have like big walls and heavy security around the churches now, they don't exist, and you can see the remnants of them everywhere. So I've been to, I just start naming off countries. I've been to Yemen. Yemen, I saw swastikas on walls because we know that Hitler basically used the Islamists to fight, and he promised them that he would give them all lands and stuff like that. Of course, Hitler lost, but they still fight. They still fight like, Nazis. It's crazy. Christians in every place they're at, just like both lieutenant colonels were saying, they help so much more than any Islamist or Muslim community helps others because they don't help each other. They are very, segregated. If it comes to the point where they're going to fight, it's like the one group against another. It's crazy. They fight each other. And then they fight the Christians. And every time there's an uprising, the Islamists use that as an excuse to, go attack the Christians and burn the Christian homes and kill the Christians. It's crazy. And this has happened in Iraq, Afghanistan, like I said, Yemen. I've been to Beirut. The Christians in Beirut, I would say that is the most beautiful country that I've ever been to. Beautiful old cathedrals and bells ringing, and Christmas time there is just like the most exquisite place that I've ever seen. But all around the Muslim communities, if there's a Christian church that borders them, it's burned, it's gone. So they don't play well with other groups. And now we have them in the United States. All right, so they're going to be a problem. They're the brown shirts of the Democrat Party. We're going to see that. We have to be aware of that. I mean, I have a lot of Muslim friends, but we're talking extremists, and
yes,
they don't get along with others, unfortunately. So that's my view.
Well said, and thanks for giving us all those insights, Derek. Weigh in on the Christianity aspect. It's a pretty big deal.
Well, I think there's a correlation between President Trump meeting with the generals, since that was brought up, And then also a correlation between that, the fight that's coming, and then getting the target audience ready as well, if there is anything on the low level hanging fruit out there. Like President Trump told his generals central casting, right? So he said, you guys look like central casting. He said, might I add central casting? So that there's still some theater there. However, like the colonel said here, and then I love Lieutenant Colonel Bosey. He has a saying about, we're going to find out basically what kind of spine you have. I'll use the correct terminology tonight. I won't use anything slang for the ladies that are listening, but basically Lieutenant Colonel was talking about one time about, all right, man, it's time to reach down in your wife's purses and pull out your jock strap down there by her tampon and put them back in your breeches. All right, so if there was a general who wants to back out now, now's your time to back out. All right, because a lot of people, when they hear a general, they hear an individual. But when all of us military hears a general, we hear the general and their whole command, which can be 75,000 soldiers, more, less, give or take. So that was that. Me personally, in the United States of America, I've heard my whole life, I hear people say God wins and, I only trust Jesus and all those things. And I'm like, well, that's fine and all, but you better hope that that Jesus is backing you when you have to strap up on a weapon if you had to. We're not saying that's common, but if you had to, you better hope that. So it's kind of like leaning on a shovel and praying for a hole. The hole's not going to dig itself. So you can say all these things about God and I trust God and Jesus and that and other, but you better be prepared. I have a Marine Corps buddy down in Texas that says all the time, we prepare for war and we pray for peace. Or you can flip it. We pray for peace and prepare for war. We're always prepared. That's why President Trump renamed it the Department of War. He said, we didn't rename it because we're going to be going to wars, but we're always going to be prepared for that. All the DEI and all this wheat spines and all these other pansy asses, if you will, the lightest I can go there, you're out of here. That's not going to be in here anymore. And so, I told some people this week on my podcast, I can guarantee you, and even Hegseth said this to the generals as well. He said something on the lines of getting in comment boxes on the internet and online and the social media and all these other things, because that's an heavy aspect of our life right now. It's like I told the Christians who follow me, if you think that whatever the pearly gates looks like, wherever it is, whatever it is, when you take your last breath and you make that next step, if you think that getting in the comment boxes is equivalent to I have fought the good fight, look, I'm not a theologian, I'm not a pastor, evangelist, preacher, or anything like that, but I'm pretty sure that fighting a good fight ain't talking trash on Facebook. It's doing exactly what all these men have done and what I'm trying to do. Well, my grandfathers, great uncles, uncle, dad, all the people that served in the military in my family. So there's that. I always like to quote too, like the insurrection. That's why President Trump showed compassion on J6ers, because at least they were in their minds and their hearts, they were thinking that we're done for. We got to do this. And a lot of people don't even know one of our founders, French founders, nonetheless, Marquis de Lafayette, said that insurrection was one of the last forms of defense when you feel like you're losing your country. So a lot of people don't realize that the fight. That's why President Trump, the motto, fight, fight, fight. It don't mean go looking for a fight. It just means if you bring one to me, I'll bring it to you first, though. My dad always told me, get the first lick. If you feel like you're going to be in a fight, go ahead and get that first lick, because the first one's going to take them out. And it's like he said, if you could whoop the bully's ass, the biggest bully, then all the others are going to run away. So if you have that mentality on the front, on the top, like the Roosevelt, you walk, speak softly, carry a big stick, but also let people know that I will use this stick. And you put that fear of God in people around the world, then we won't ever have to fight from the ground back up. And that's what the target audience thinks we're doing. And they don't realize. So it is trying to get them involved with that, understand that mentality. The other thing, President Trump last year, this Charlie Kirk thing was so strategic that people don't even realize how strategic it was. Last year on the campaign, President Trump was speaking to a group, and he said he laid out all this data, and it was like a whopping 90%, something insane, 90 percentile of Christians and gun owners do not vote. But oh boy, do they have an opinion. Oh boy, do they bark a lot, and especially in my regions of the U.S. and the southern region. Boy, they talk a big talk about how you come to my turf and I'll shoot you and da-da-da-da-da. They don't even vote. They don't even vote for their rights. And President Trump laid that out. And then the low-level hanging fruit liberals did what? They ran with his comment where he said, Christians, get out and vote, Christians. You won't ever have to vote again. Well, he was trying to sound the alarm to get people to vote, to get what? Involved. It wasn't that we're going to lose the election. He already told them we already have enough votes, but he was trying to get people involved. He was trying to get that target audience engaged and locked in on what you're supposed to know about. All right. Well, let me show you how strategic that was. Do you know where that was? That speech was at Turning Point USA where he said that. And like I said this week, I bet your asses will be voting this November, won't you, target audience? Yes, you will. All right, so there's that tie-in. And then getting to the Muslim thing. It's like Jaco said, we all know someone that's a Muslim, and not all are bad. But it's like the slogan is out there that not all Muslims are jihadists, but all jihadists are Muslims. All right, so you always have to be prepared. And then like the farmer, and I think it was out in New Mexico or Arizona, somewhere out there not long ago, he had to shoot an illegal migrant, and the liberals went stir crazy, and the judge didn't do a thing to that person because he was defending his turf, defending his territory, and defending his land and property. So that shows you there is a shift, and President Trump has an executive order 13977 on January the 18th, 2021, which was right before people thought he stepped away, which he didn't, but it was to protect judges, law enforcement, prosecutors, and their families. All right, so we're taking a giant stand, and the target audience needs to know that that is part of that. And if it does come to your backyard, if it does come to your door, be ready. But more than likely not. But also listen to your commander. If there's something in your city and they tell you to sit your rear end at home, they don't need no Barney Fife going down there with their little one bullet coming out of their pocket. Oh, let me get my bullet. Stay at home. Let the big dogs handle it. We got it.
You raised a lot of great points there, Derek. Thank you. And your passion is felt around the world. Let me ask you one quick comment. Actually, just a comment. I like the term target audience. I think that speaks volumes and is a little less condescending to those that are not fully awake just yet. Target audience. Great word. Thanks, Derek. Okay, Brad, I'm glad you're back. Thank you for coming back in. You didn't miss any questions. We're on the subject of Christianity, the persecution of Christians, and Lieutenant Colonel Ricardo Bossi shared some gruesome details with regards to the methods of which they're doing this in Africa. And then we've got the church shootings that Mike is concerned about. How would you like to weigh on the broad subject of Christianity today and what's going on?
Yeah, can you hear me now, John?
Yeah, much better. The cloud of thunder behind you seemed to have dissipated. Thank you.
Right on. Probably the RCMP. That's what we'll all just blame it on them, anyways. And this is not a plug for Verizon, by the way. But it's really important. I'll preface it with this. General Valley emphasized it once again on our show today that in the Quran, the word love does not exist. And I think he also said that in the call that we were on with him, Chuck, with all the generals and the admirals today, talking about what's going on, right? So the word love doesn't exist in the Quran. He said it's an ideology. It's a movement. It's not a religion. It's not spiritual, which is really sad because, there are people that are heart-centered who identify as Muslim. But where a lack of love, how do you live a life without lack of love? You're a sounding uniform of the soul. To me, that's the designation, the acronym of soul. Okay. And then when we just saw 8 weeks ago at the United Nations General Assembly, a co-founder of ISIS who's now heading up Syria. I don't know if this was said while we were doing the audio test or just, but he had just massacred 2,000 Christians in Syria the week prior. And now he's on U.S. soil, the United Nations General Assembly. Now, for all the men here and your team and your target audience, many of them realize that at the end of that, Scavino posted the video with Marine One landing across the harbor from Manhattan in the Hudson and playing Nessa Blue Arma. perhaps, that could be something that we can celebrate going, all right, yes, in Dorma, we've got the comp. Just like we saw the comp with YMCA being played at Windsor Castle in the UK the week prior, USA flag flying over Windsor Castle, and the orders that Trump just issued to have all these commanders that want to go to Virginia, Marine base want to go to Virginia, want to FBI. I think that's pretty important. If you just look at the most well-known pastor last half decade in the world is Artur Battlowski. He's just a couple hours from me. I'll probably be seeing him next week. And everybody remembers at Coutts Alberta border crossing, Michael and I did several shows with him to stop the tyranny and bring it out to the world, and so did some other amazing patriots too. And here's a pastor who, it went back to 2004, didn't know this, that he was being persecuted, who grew up with his brother David, communist Poland. And he said when 38 million Poles stood up, 50,000 Nazi communist Soviet tyrants fell. And he said that Canada was the beacon of freedom. And he would preach and give free food on the streets of Calgary every Saturday without fail and preach. He had over 185 citations, over 400 tickets, 180 court cases before COVID lockdown pandemic from the World Economic Forum and vaccine genocide agenda. And then we saw him telling the Nazis to get out of his church, close the churches, close the schools, keep the liquor stores open. So how can people figure, like, is there an attack on Christianity here or not? When that's so rampant and in your face, and they're still doing it today. They're doing prayer and mass, by the way.
I'm going to skip ahead past him.
As the American people in any town and any city to prepare and be vigilant as, quote, it may be dangerous just to get to the grocery store. Right now, we have the U.S. military tanks and the National Guard and Army Reserves on the streets of Oregon. Tell us what you believe. We're going back to around the panel to to Colonel Sellers. Tell us what you believe is about to unfold in October and November with all these pieces that we see, 800 generals, admirals being, and we're going to talk more about the specifics of what took place in the next question. But we have the convening of all these generals and admirals. We've got fencing and cement walls going up at the White House. We've got the program of the National Guard combing through cleanup crime. And we have what we see now escalating in terms of military presence. And I, for one, am very grateful for that taking place in America. What's your view about what's about to happen, Colonel Sellers, in October and November? And what is the assessment of risk from your viewpoint for potential disruption and life-threatening situations for everyday Americans in their communities? You've got your mic off, sir. Thank you.
I think it kind of goes back to some of the things we were talking about on our last call a month ago or so. Again, I think that President Trump set the stage for doing this in the most efficient way that he could. People, there's still going to be people that are coming out and going to say, oh, posse comitatus, we can't have soldiers on the streets enforcing laws and all of this. And remember what we talked about was he never invoked Title 10. So that goes away. He used Title 32, Section 502F, and that does not require posse comitatus waived. So, I mean, basically, he's assisting law enforcement in the execution of their duties, and that's what these guys are doing. Perfectly legal, and again, I do still believe that this is all going according to a plan that's been worked out by senior leadership and this and that. And it's being carried out by the numbers. It's still progressing. I mean, they put shoot troops on the street in D.C. I'm not sure that they've done it in Chicago yet, but guess what? It's coming. Los Angeles, they did put troops on the ground in Los Angeles during the fires and the riots and all that stuff. And there's going to be more coming, and it's all legal. And I think all you got to do is look at the reception those National Guardsmen got on the streets in D.C. and when they were being deployed. People are running up to them and hugging these guys because they're coming in there to quash the disruption that's going on from the crime in their communities. And that's what the Democrats want. They want crime in the communities. They want it to be as disrupted as possible. Otherwise, they have no chance of doing nefarious things that they do. So I think that what they're doing right now is right according to the plan. And there's going to be changes. There's going to be, different that have to come up because we all say, the first shot's fired and the plan changes. That's right. But that's why we have different courses of action that are already thought about and planned out. And I think they've done all of that. And that debacle, or whatever you call it, the spectacle with the 800 generals there getting chewed out by the president. Basically, they were getting their asses chewed by the president. You don't want to come along? You don't have to come along, but you will pay the price. And Pete Hegseth is doing that for the president, and he's going to make it happen. And those swarmers that were in that audience of generals, and there were a bunch of them, and you could watch them, you could pick them out. You know who you are, and you're not going to get away with it. You're not going to make it through this thing. And we've always said before, next one up in the breach, take your position. You're up on deck.
Wow, Colonel Sellers, what comes to my mind is, addressing our viewers, we've heard of.
I want to switch to something a little faster pace for a minute. We might come back to this pretty long round table.
Before we get started, I am going to pray like we always do. So, dear Lord, thank you for all that you do, all of your blessings, and all the wonderful plans that you have for all of us. And Father, we thank you for allowing us to participate in your plan for all of us. Father, I just ask for your discernment to be poured out in triple measure to everyone that hears this message and continually, Father, so that they can weed through this psychological chaos that they are trying to give us every single day. But there is so much truth in all that's happening. And Father, I just ask that you shine a light on it so that people recognize it. And those things that are not, that are just part of the show, that you shine a light on that too, and that people can just pass it up and let it go. Father, I thank you that you place a hedge of protection around this call, everyone that is on it. And Father, that your angels encamp about us every day, all day. And even those things that are seen and unseen, that you're there with us, watching over us, and that your hands are upon us in each and every one of those things. Father, we thank you for it. We ask that you watch over our military right now, all of our officers that are out there that are doing the planned work that you have for them. And Father, we just thank you that there's nothing gets out of control, and that, Father, we know that you're in control over it all, but the enemy has a plan too, and we're not.
Oh, he froze up.
Nope.
Captain, you froze up.
Enemy's plan.
Yeah.
Going to extend all the. What is going on?
Amen. You froze up a little bit there. Oh.
Enemy's plan. Froze it.
Yes, that was such a good prayer there. Okay. Here we go. He's back.
Oh my gosh, you want to talk about seriously attacked? It shut down all my stuff.
Did it?
Oh yeah, phone, everything. It was like, that was crazy, but I guess they don't want it, but it's going to go through anyway. And so I'm going to finish that prayer. Father, we thank you for the attacks and all that they do, that they can not stop us, and that we stand in your behalf and in your favor of all things, and that we will continue on. Thank you, Father. We praise you, and we give glory unto your name in all that we do. In Jesus' name, amen.
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 Well, what a way to start. I love it. I love it, love it, love it, love it.
Hey,
I love it.
If you're getting blocked, you're doing something right.
Man, when they shut down all your stuff, it's like, oh, yeah. And I don't like, whatever. Come on.
Yeah.
I got a truck outside. I'll start going from tower to tower. We've been down that road before, too.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, it's really hard to stop Sailor when you're going at 50 miles an hour down the street. So, Robert, how you doing there, brother?
I'm good. Still moving forward, still learning and, expanding and trying to land the plane. We're not there yet. I believe we're far closer than we have been. I think that we are close to being close enough to actually get in the same room and have a real conversation about how to move forward.
So you
at least if we're still
downslope?
I think we're ending the downslope. Now remember, every ending is just the beginning. This is
absolutely.
This is the.
I'm not talking about the end of the stuff, but this is the opportunity for this door to, open, that one to close, come together in the other room, and to be able to now see eye to eye on things moving forward, and not the shadowing. Where we
I think we could call it the transformation process before we start the reformation process, and then the reformation and resurrection process. Right now, we are transforming from a foreign state to a kingdom nation state that actually is divided into three separate three separate divisions, all having their proper jurisdictions and being operational both domestically and identifying what is acceptable amount of foreign versus domestic. So that's a lot of build out that has to happen. That was basically gone. I mean, all that stuff was gone. So, we have to consider that's a lot to put back together in a very short amount of time to be able to open those up and get them operating. Now just to get them right now, we're just trying to get them opened and connected so they can at least talk to each other and communicate and work together. Then we have to start getting them to work together and operate effectively. So
you made a couple of really good videos explaining the gathering of the troops, so to speak.
I've been saying that for a while, that's coming. They're going to have to bring them all in to one location. So
you have to start with the head. You got to get the head straight before you can deal with the body. So
correct.
There was like I said, you made a really good video on the gathering of the
Eagles
officers.
Gathering of the Eagles, basically, is what I called it.
Yes, pretty much. And not using your words, but yes. And would you take us through that again here so that we can kind of expand upon that after what we have seen? Because a lot of it was the understanding before it actually happened, and then what actually transpired days in a row after, because these guys are still there. They're not back abroad and all over the freaking place.
Oh, I didn't know that, but that's interesting.
Yes, they are still at the home base. And so for a couple of days, they actually did multiple meetings. And most of those meetings were behind closed doors.
Yes.
There was the show meeting and the show meeting.
The public meeting, the show.
That's all that was.
The circus show.
Yeah, that was for the public. And
right.
We all know what was going on, but if you would elaborate on that more to the understanding of how this comes together so that we can get in the same room with what's actually taking place and putting a correction to the operations of the military on our own soil.
Correct. So there's a really good book. I don't remember how I came across it. It's called Once an Eagle, and it's a book. It starts out in World War I, goes to World War II, and subsequently after, and it follows basically the development of a private all the way to, at this point in the book, I have about 6 hours left, but it's I think he's a 2-star general at this point. And it's interesting because in the book, they elaborate on when the troops came back from foreign duty after World War I, they lost their rank. So that's not an uncommon thing. You may have been a major on your foreign duty status, but you wouldn't be a major when you came back to domestic duty. You would have returned to national duty, right? And that's really what we're talking about. We're talking about our domestic national military force versus our foreign allied associated force that we participate in. We're a global military. We participate in a foreign status and a domestic status, but we have not had a domestic status last probably somewhere 70 years. So that's the system that we're bringing back online. And with that comes a new understanding of how our military works. Our armed forces system, our U.S. military, is our law system. All law in armed forces are derived, and our Article 3 courts in force are derived from one Supreme Court. That is the United States Marine Corps Division, Maine, and they descend from there. That is our highest capacity general law mechanism of force through our court system, because we're a republic, which is a nation of laws. Right, so you got to have a court. If you're going to have a nation of laws, you got to have a court for it. So if you think about it, and I've talked a few times about this algebra plot chart, and if you were to look at the old pictures and a lot of that stuff, the military part is the quadrant 2, and that looks at the public or maritime. It stares at the public, and then and that's quadrant 4. And then in quadrant 3, you have commerce that's supposed to look at quadrant 1, which is the church, the kingdom church, the American kingdom, church, nation, the veterans and the kingdom. And that is supposed to look down at the public while being associated to the Marines. And when you take the Marines and you take the veterans and you put them together, you get a well-regulated militia. So that's how the system is set up. And this goes back into the 15th century, the 14th century of how our system was created. That's why we got 4 law jurisdictions that are inside the United States. The United States is the mechanism to transfer from foreign to domestic. And that's how our system works. So what you're seeing is a dormant system that no one really that's in service, no one that's operated in our government, our Congress, like nobody. This system has not been working at all for basically the existence of everyone who's there. So everyone's treading on. This is a new territory, a new America, a new land, a new frontier, right? And they're trying to take the knowledge that they have, the fundamental principles of how the nation was put together, and they're trying to amalgamate that with the advancements in technology and the systems we have and put that together to be able to operate these domestic systems that we have and now are available to operate and basically to become the stewards, even in force, domestically in our nation for our people.
So can you try to explain how the U.S. military has been operating as basically the world's military? It is the only, I'm pretty sure we're the only military that has bases on every single continent of this planet. And in doing so, how were they functioning that way as military as well as a corporate entity?
It's a good statement. So consider that they actually weren't a military. They were what was called an armed force. Okay? Because they're not the U.S. military. They are on foreign duty, and they are the armed forces of the United States.
That is a correct statement.
That they are within a organization, right, that was founded in a military alliance, and they are operating within the boundaries of that trust, because that's a trust.
That's right.
But they are a member of the other armed forces of the countries that are in that alliance. But because of how our financial system is set up, and because of how our banking system and we just have more money than everybody else in the world because of what our founding fathers did for us. So that has a lot to do with it. And we have to always pay attention. That's why we're the richest nation in the world. That's why we're the richest people in the world, is because our system is built on a concept of future labor. So the investment is put in, and then on each individual, and then that individual is banked on in a trust fund. They're basically, everybody's a trust fund baby, right? There's a seed that goes in when the trust is set up. When that trust is set up, that seed grows. It gets traded in hedge funds and all this other stuff, and that trading.
It's a QV trust.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. But what is it for? It is to pay for the future labor and benefits of that individual, so that that individual and a group of those individuals can never bankrupt the nation. It is the security instrument to make sure that the nation can never go bankrupt. That's its purpose.
Yeah.
It's not about the individual. It's to make sure that the nation always survives forever. That's its purpose. The beneficiary is the individual. That is theirs, but they have to have a guardian. They have to have an administrator. They have to have a trustee, right? They have to have all those things in place. But in truth, the reason that it was done was to bank on the future production and labor of the individual.
So
and that's what it's for.
Yes. And this is what I was trying to go down this road, because I want people to understand that there's a part in all this. And this is why our financial stuff is changing right now at the same time and beginning to be exposed, because it all plays hand in hand with each other. Because the way that this was all set up, and why President Trump tells us that from 1873 to 1913, we were the cat's meow. They had so much freaking money, they didn't even know what to do with it. Right. They had to put together organizations to figure out how to fucking spend it, because they had so much. And
right.
then they brought in in 1913, we know that was the income tax, Federal Reserve, all that, because they were taking the wealth that we had to basically distribute our wealth across the entirety of the world and fleece the United States from there on out. That's where we've been, in taking and continuously, slowly but surely, playing the long game, just raping us over and over and over and over again, not even realizing it. Think you may have another. And, oh, yes, thank you. Could I have another? And it's like over time, we just basically fell into complying to something that was completely illegal to begin with, but nobody really knew. And so by this point, what we're doing is not only showing the public the things that are changing, and they are being put together in the behind scenes so that there is a backstop to the collapse, because that's what's happening. It's all collapsing around. And this is one of the reasons that the military had to be, the Eagles, as you say, had to be brought in, because they have to be realigned with where we're going, what we're doing, and that many did not have fully understood what their role in what all this was. And just because you're a general, and this may piss people off, but I don't care, whether or not you really knew what was going on in the country and what your status was within the country and what happened to our banking system and what happened to our, the IRS and all these other things that we got even your birth certificate, they got caught up into it the day they were born. And
well, that's true. That's true. But let's elaborate on this too. It's not, those aren't the things that they really didn't know. You didn't know the abandonment of all the troops who actually worked for you, what was actually happening to them when they left, and how they were literally abandoned. So think about, so when these generals, these commanders, right? Because they're commanders and they're command staff, right? They're in a command staff status. Every troop that has ever worked for you was inherently abandoned after they discharged. They were put into a slave vessel. They were foreign to the United States. They were not given direction. They did not return to their home of record. They never had a probate hearing. Most of them were not told to record their DD-214s, nor were they told to go get their discharge reviews done, okay, to even get close to the nation, to even possibly get close and get at least that on the personnel file. They weren't told any of this. So every troop that has worked for you, whether you liked them or you didn't like them, when they got out, whether they retired or they got out for whatever reasons, or they were disabled and they couldn't perform on a foreign status anymore, because NATO's criteria is different than domestic criteria. So they all got abandoned and left as if they weren't even the public anymore. They were less than the public. They never made it to their home of record, and they were basically subjugated and fed on by the systems that Congress had put in place, like VA.
So that was where I was about to go into, was that one of the main reasons why the VA and the status with how the veterans have been basically just forgotten
abandoned
up until now? Yes,
abandoned,
but I'm talking about by the public though. Yes. And by the way it was always viewed, the homeless, the not caring, really we care more about the other people around the world than we do our own veterans that are living on the street, committing suicide, everything else that's been happening with them. And that basically they just had no status. They were just there.
They were somewhere between their veteran and where they had left as the public, but because they were not given when a foreign national comes into our country, right, and they come into the United States, they are coming as a foreign national. They're not coming as a member of the public. They're not coming as a state citizen. They're coming as a national. Okay. Right. But our veterans are nationals, but they're not getting their paperwork processed to get their red passport, which is what gives them their civil liberty, which is what makes them an American national, which is what gives them all those benefits to those individuals coming across. So they're not even there. They're considered an infant farm animal public called a U.S. citizen.
So with
basically
that,
a farm animal.
Right. So with that, basically where we're at right now is exposing that, but also
putting the systems in.
Yeah. So basically those are the bridge mechanisms on bringing these back together the way that they're supposed to be. And this is what's been happening behind the scenes, things that we've talked about from the up, down, from the down, up, so that they could finally come together. It's kind of like building two bridges at the same time where they're meeting in the middle. And you got one coming from one place, one coming from the other, and they're being brought together. And even though people have no idea that this has been going on, this is what we have been talking about. And this just brings a better understanding of what we're seeing, because it's not just what's happening with the generals. It's also happening with the talking about Canada being the 51st state. Why? Because it was a part of the original kingdom that was separated because of the crown and wanted to keep that. That was a part of their deal. Imaginary border. There is no border there. It's just nothing. It's, oh, you're on this side. Nope, you're on that side. Woohoo. No, it's bullshit. It will always be bullshit.
Right. And it was Canada's occupation by the British.
Yes.
When America attacked Canada in 1812, they didn't attack Canada because they wanted the land. They attacked Canada because they wanted the British out of North America, the continent.
Yes. And so with that, this is, you have to educate people on the actual history so that they can begin to understand what's happened. And that's what we've been trying to do.
Right.
So that when people know that it was not the separation, was why it came, why it was, doesn't matter. It's that it happened, and that this is where we're at now, and the reason that we're bringing everything back together. It also has to do with why the military is now basically becoming a operational force in these cities that are, this is what's going to happen on dealing with the corrupt systems that are in place there that are basically keeping the criminal organizations basically
fraud, waste, and abuse.
Yeah. And so this is how these cities have been operated for so long, that the only way to eliminate the criminality within it is for the military to begin to come in, restore order, and then be reestablished the way it was supposed to be, and not the way that it is right now. And so when people don't understand that the Republic and where Posse Comitatus actually came into be is not what's enforced right now. And what people don't understand is that you can talk about it all you want, say that, you know, the U.S. military cannot operate on domestic soil, but I got news for you. that's exactly what's been happening, and that's what's going to continue to happen publicly now, so that we can eliminate the criminal element that's out there and reestablish the peace that is supposed to be here. But they have basically designed this chaos on purpose to keep everybody separated, fighting, and basically in fear.
Yeah, I mean, Congress didn't pass Posse Comitatus to protect the homeless veterans or the people that are just getting the life sucked out of them. They created Posse Comitatus to protect them so that they could rob the coffers.
And
That's what
not
Posse
have the
Comitatus is
military
for.
coming after them.
That's right.
And
that's
that
exactly
was
right.
exactly right.
Because our mechanism of force is derived from the military at its highest level, and it descends down from there, because that is our law enforcement mechanism. And that is not supposed to be a political environment. That is supposed to be a neutral mechanism of force. They're the ones who put all the military under the Navy, putting it under Article 1. They're the ones that put Posse Comitatus in. They're the ones that eluded and took away the territorial sheriffs or the territorial marshals. And they're the ones that took away the territorial jurisdictions. They're the ones that used the propaganda to get the military out of the universities where they were supposed to be. Okay, they're the ones that did all this, and now we figured it out, and we're like, no, we want the military back at the universities. We want the military back in the cities. We want the military back inside the domestic jurisdiction. We don't want your FAA anymore. We don't want your commercial profit airline. We want our National Transportation Safety Board aligned with our Air Force to create a cohesive air jurisdiction for our nation. So that's what we want. That's our nation. That's what we want. We want our nation. We want our nation back. You can take your federal whatever. You can take federal whatever. You can take whatever maritime whatever. You can take your commerce whatever. We want our equitable general law nation back. And that's what this is about.
And so with them shutting down the government for budgetary reasons, whatever, which I know that's all a joke, but it has to happen for the public, state, whatever, gives the opportunity for the major slashing and the realignment that needs to happen publicly, because that's always the thing, is how do you sell the public on what's already happened?
Well, the good part is the court of public opinion's closed, because that's in maritime law. So they'll do the dog and pony for the public.
You still have them to have to get on board. You can't have a civil war because you just said, we don't give a shit what you think. This is how it's going to be. Even though that is how it really is.
Well, that's really true, right?
I mean, that is how it really is, right? And I know that.
Because the public is either a visitor or an invader.
So
they choose, by the way they act, is how we know which one they are.
So yes, but still, you still have that you have to deal with, right? And so
well, I agree with that.
You can't have half the people in the United States kill each other because you just want to do the way it is. You still have that. We still got to sell it to the public, even though we're selling something that's already sold.
Well, that's
just how it's like I'm selling you ice, and you live in Alaska in the wintertime. And you still need ice. No, you still need it. You need a bunch of it. Let me get it to you. And so they're still getting the ice, right?
Right. I agree. With
that's what I'm talking about.
So here's the deal. So we have President Trump administration, Congress is shut down. Okay. I'm going to be surprised if Congress opens up anytime in the next couple weeks. I just don't think they're going to until the rest of their evictions are done. And until the assets are actually moved. So what's going to happen is what should happen. This is my opinion. Remember, this is my opinion. Okay. I'm not on the inside. So what I think would happen is Office of Budget Management will work with the administration, with the executive, and they will coordinate moving whatever assets are going into the trust side into the Department of Interior, which will make them national. That'll put them on the national side, right? In the trust division. And then whatever commercial assets are going to remain with Congress and the federal government, all right, in this new type of federal government that we have, that's not the federal government that was the foreign Federated States of Micronesia jurisdiction of Oceania Mexican government that we had, which is why I thought it was funny that there was all this Mexican stuff. And I'm like, well, that's funny because Congress technically is in the jurisdiction of Oceania, and they're supposed to be on the high seas with the Navy, but they're actually at the Federated States, which Mexico has jurisdiction over as of the 1917 Constitution, Mexican Constitution, when they got rid of the Mexican Republic and put in the United Mexican States. So technically they're saying they're Mexican because technically they are actually a Mexican government. So that's true. Like, that really is true. So that's why it's even more funny. But I think what's going to happen is the Office of Budget Management is going to work with the administration. They're going to move the assets into the Department of Interior that have to go there. That's going to be our railroad system, our transit system, the purse, right? Not the purse strings, the purse. Most people don't even know where the purse actually is. They don't know. If I say, where's the purse? Like, if I were to say, where's the purse? You know where the purse actually is?
I do.
Who's got the purse?
I actually do know where the new purse is at.
No. I mean the actual controlling council.
No, I know what you mean, but I'm saying I don't know where the purse is at.
Right.
It's
purse
not where people think it is.
The board is the Board of Regents. The Board of Regents at the Smithsonian Center, which the vice president sits on, along with members of Congress and citizens, and the Chief Justice of the United States, who is the Supreme Chancellor. That is where the purse is, at the Smithsonian Center, the round table. So Congress has the purse strings, but the purse is there, and that's who controls the Office of Budget and Management. But Congress has been evicted, which means the only ones that should be at that table right now are actually the vice president.
So you want to talk
and
about
the
that
Chief Justice of the United
specifically?
States?
That what you to the JAGs and stuff you just talked about?
The judge advocates? Right, because the judge advocates are whatever branch they're in, they should be in that jurisdiction, and that's how they're going to be able to move the assets into either space, air, land jurisdiction in the Department of Interior.
Because they did.
So
and this is what I want people to understand is that they did actually bring the JAGs into DC, people, and they basically made up a cover story on why they were all coming to be established there. And this is what we're talking about right now is that cover, they weren't processing no illegal aliens. Okay. Just want to tell you that they were not doing crime on petty crime out there on the streets in DC. That was not their purpose. So this is their purpose in actually criminal for treason and sedition and things like that, dealing with Congress, dealing with potentially Obama, things like that. That's why they actually came. And so,
correct.
Then you talked about the delivery of these papers and whatever. So why don't you talk about
the Declaration?
Yeah, I don't want to talk
so the
about
Declaration of
something that you did
Independence
or had part in. So
yeah. So the declaration. So like everything else, the words have to be spoken. Informality, you have to go to where the words are spoken. So the location that I figured out is it had to be on the ground at the Capitol, and the words had to be spoken. Why? Because they have to be spoken so that they're spoken into existence. It goes back to the Bible. It's not what defiles you isn't what goes into your mouth, what comes out of your mouth. Stuff like that, right? Because the words have to be spoken. Because
it's like the Pharaohs. So it be said, so let it be done.
So it be done, right? Same thing. Yep. Okay. Well, the location that I figured out was on that part of the Capitol. What it looks like is the Capitol, the Congress that we have, is actually derived from a baseball team in the 1880s called the Washington Nationals. That was actually in the Union League, which is on the grounds of the actual Capitol building. So that's where the grounds are, right? But that location, those steps, the freedom statue faces that courtyard, faces down on that courtyard. That statue at the top of the dome, that's the freedom statue. Okay, and it faces east. All right, so it's symbolic, right? It's got to be this symbolic thing. So our organization has done everything that we can to cut off commerce and maritime. Essentially, Article 1 and Article 4. We don't want any part of them. We want to be at half of Article 3 and Article 2. Amendments 1 through 10 and Amendment 12. We are in the trust division. We are not a part of any commerce. We are not a part of any maritime. Okay, that's how we isolate our organization down. Part of that, because we were in Federal Triangle, we did come through a trade treaty, right? We came through the USMCA trade treaty, was we had to actually establish independence from commerce. So it was formal for our organization to say, we are no longer going to be under anywhere near your trade treaty. We are actually going to operate in trust inside North America, in the Americas, right, under law and equity. Excuse me. So I set it up. I read the police that were there, really cool. They let me read the thing. I read it. I'm horrible at reading out loud. But anyways, so it gets done. I finish it. We have a box down the street in the southeastern UPS box. That is our UPS box for Southeast Washington. So I walked it down the street. I had to put the paperwork together, send it. It has to be sent by ground because I was on the ground, and you have to match them, right? So you're on the ground, in the ground. You do it on the ground, so you're there at the ground, right? Because it's grounds. It's not in the air, and it's not on the land, right? It's ground. So I sent it to them, sent them the paperwork. They got an original copy of the court order. They got the actual declaration, a copy. They got that stuff. So from there, now, what are we really trying to evict them from? Are we trying to evict them from the Capitol Hill building? No, we don't want any part of that building. And that's really what we're telling them. We don't want to be a part of your building. What we want is we want the purse back, not the purse string, the purse. We want our Republican Council of Censors, and we want our people's representation back. That is at the Smithsonian, and that is that district in the South. What's in that district? Health and Human Services, U.S. Department of Education, Printing and Engraving, U.S. Government Building, Refugee Reassignment Building, the Office of Budget and Management. That's what's there. You go look. What is it? It goes from the Jefferson Memorial to basically Marine Corps Barracks. Right. That is the Marine Corps American People's jurisdiction, the fourth form of government. The White House is on the other side, right? You've got the land, that's where the Army is. You've got the Capitol, that's where the Navy is. And this is where the Marine Corps and the militia is, and the people and the purse. Does that make sense? Yeah. So we are trying to get Congress and their associated organizations and all that, the federal workers, out of that jurisdiction, because that is the people's jurisdiction. That is ours. And we have a lot of work to do because we've neglected it for so long. And if we leave it vacant, a vacuum forms. When a vacuum forms, anything that shows up can take it. That's essentially what happens. So that's what we're trying to get them out of, is the Smithsonian and the Air and Space jurisdiction, and get them pushed back to the Navy where they belong, right? So they can make money and trade and whatever, in commerce and whatever. Make all the money you want. Make all the profit you want. Go ahead. Have fun. That's not what our people need. Our people need law right now.
Captain.
We need law and we need order.
Captain, didn't Trump recently go into the Smithsonian or do something with that?
Yeah, I was gonna. Yes. Yeah, and that's funny that you asked that or bring that up, because yes, he did, and basically, he did actually set some new fundamental ground rules that are going to be coming out soon, which is all of their hanky-panky that they've done in the past, because that's where all the secrets are. That's where all the secrets are in the United States anyway. It's kind of like the Vatican vault. That's the U.S. secrets vault, is the Smithsonian. Everything that was ever found that they didn't want nobody to ever know is there, and it is there.
Right.
And
so, and it's funny that it's a castle.
Yes.
Why is it a castle? Because America is a kingdom nation. That's why it's a castle.
And it's funny because a lot of the history reflects it being a kingdom, and it's been so misrepresented, and people just don't know, and that's okay. And there's no issue with that. But, you can't sit there and live inside this box and say, no, it's not. It's a this, it's a that. No, it's something that you weren't aware of. And this is the way it was intentionally. They took all this stuff out of the schools and out of education and out of everything, because they didn't want you to understand just basic civics or any kind of government or anything that had to do with any of that. And the stuff that they did teach you was all horseshit, and just to keep you more confused. And it's funny that how much over the last several years have we got a crash course in stuff with the Constitution, with the Congress, with how they elect a speaker and this and that and all these things that people had just no idea. And so what they do, they put it on display and made a big ass scene about it, even though it didn't result in anything. It was about educating the people on all of these things that they really had no idea on, really.
Right.
And that's what we're still doing. And that's what we're still going down that path. And now we're on a really accelerated path where we're at right now. So it's like we're about to get to the point where you're about to get the red pill enema, and you've been able to take the red pill this whole time, but we're about to come to the enema. It could be a really big one, or it can take it over time. So it is what it is, and like it or not, it's coming.
So, guys, you were talking about the JAGs prior to that. Where would something like that be taking place?
The what?
The JAGs, the 600.
So the model that I had kind of extrapolated was that the JAGs will probably act in some form of circuit court area system, where, because the first thing that has to happen is that the veterans have to be returned to their home of record. Okay, they have to get their American national honorable status back, because the only way that the community U.S. citizen individuals that have the capacity to come out of the public sector and get into America is that they have to be sponsored through an organization. That organization has to be through a veteran, because the veterans are the ones with the right. They are the ones who have the status, so they can sponsor another one into that status. So the JAGs are probably going to be at either a state regional level, or I don't think there's going to be enough to put them in every county. So I think what you're going to probably look at is, if you want to know what region, I would say you're probably going to look at your state emergency response plan through it was FEMA. I don't even know what the hell they call it now. It's probably the National Response Commission, our council, and see what your regions, like your emergency plan regions, like for hurricane response, stuff like that. And that'll tell you roughly what your region is, because all emergency management regions are actually attached to that continental territorial jurisdiction. So they're not going to carve those up. Those are there for a reason. And the judge advocates will probably operate somewhere near there. And they'll set up a location like a central hub. Hey.
What happened, Captain?
They
So
first
the
shut off
emergency
my microphone, my camera, and then they shut me down completely.
So the emergency response plans at the national level are at North America. Those task forces that are regional wide in every state, that is actually in that system already. So it's probably the judge advocates will probably be in a centralized or a coordinated location, depending on population, in those regions.
Yeah. And so, we talked about when they first brought the JAG into play. Remember when they were basically saying that we were bringing them into Crocodile Alcatraz?
Yeah.
And that was them being first introduced to the public, saying, hey, JAG's here. We're going to be processing. We don't need your little civil court bullshit to deal with our stuff. And
it's not for profit.
We told you this stuff was coming, people. We told you, and it doesn't matter if you believed it or you didn't. I don't ask you to believe me. I don't even ask you to agree with me. I don't really care. I ain't asking for your opinion either. Because the deal is that we're trying to show over a period of time, they are introducing different parts of the puzzle so that over time it paints a whole picture. And the more of the picture you see, the easier it is to see what's coming next. Why? Because if you get down in the weeds every day, all the noise that's out there, it looks like a fucking hurricane. And so you got to stay above it. And you can actually go above the hurricane. You can fly in the center of the hurricane. It's calm there on both places, actually. And so just stay out of the noise. The noise is intentionally there so that it shakes the people to the core so that their programming gets broken. Because when you start looking at all of these cuckoos that are out there doing these protests, if you ask them what they're doing and why they're doing it, they're saying that they're losing their ability that they have no right to be able to protest and it's like, what the fuck are you doing? That's exactly what you're doing right now. You've taken any of these rights away from any one of you. But the deal is that you are acting ignorant. And when you act ignorant, that's when you get to find out what acting ignorant gets you. And that's not what you've had in the past. And so the other part of that is that it's the same talking points that every single one of them have. It's like they're either an NPC or they're just that brain dead that they are so entrenched in how much freaking food coloring that they've been putting on their hair over the years that it's kind of sunk into their brain and it just doesn't work anymore. And that's basically to shake all the cobwebs out of their head. And it's like, you know, when people ask, and God bless them, but they always ask, it's like, what do I see and how do I feel about this or how I feel about that? How do you feel about it? Not how I do, because I see through the bullshit. But I don't want to tell you how I see it most of the time because I want you to start exercising your ability to see those things. Exercise your ability to begin to start processing the same thing that Robert and I are talking about, same thing that Kelly and I talk about every day, same thing that Kelly and them. So Kelly, why don't you tell everybody what you're about to start doing on when I'm working and not around?
Oh, awesome. Yes.
So, yeah, I'm giving you an opportunity for a plug, lady.
Thank you. So I'm really excited. The admins and myself have been wanting to do this for a long time, and we finally got it together to where every other Friday, it'll be the Fridays that Captain's not there. The admins are going to be holding a chat on the chat channel in GATA. And this will be an opportunity for all you to be there with open mics, talk to us, we can chat, you know, kind of like in the old days. Unfortunately, we can't do that on Captain's main channel because it's just too large and there's so many glitches, which is why we had to come over and start streaming like we are. But anyway, I'm excited. I think we're going to be starting it. Oh, I think it's October 10th. I think if that's a Friday. But I hope y'all join us. I'll definitely be putting out something on GATA to let everybody know. Thank you, Captain.
See, now that's what I'm talking about. Your grasshoppers actually start having grasshoppers.
Yeah,
that's what it's supposed to be. That's the way it's supposed to be. You're supposed to educate, teach, help, and then let them go and do those same things, right? Don't try to keep corralling. It ain't about me. I don't care about any of this. I never even wanted to do it anyway. None of it. But there's a reason why we do what we do, and that's for the greater good. But as far as it's about, it ain't. I don't care. If they could take it all over and do what I do, I'd sit back and go play golf every day. I don't care. I'd be happy. Look, I'm not even at home anymore right now. So that's the idea. But I want people to start using their own abilities because that's what God gave them to you for. And we've become, and I put myself in there too, we've become microwave everything right now. We don't want to wait for things because, you know, it's been, everything is instant news, instant, you know, information. It's 24-hour cycle and being bombarded. And what's the new? And it's like, turn that shit off. Be careful who you follow, what you listen to, because what you put in there is what's coming out. And
listen to books.
Yes. And it's like, the thing is that it was one of the best things one of the things that God showed me a long time ago about renewing of the mind from Romans, where it talks about you becoming a new creator, or a new creation. And it's by the renewing of your mind. And it's like, he said, son, I can take the nastiest water in a 5-gallon bucket and I can take 1 cup scoop of that water out, pour it out and get a fresh one, pour it in there. Then do that over and over and over again. and you will actually turn that water actually crystal clear that you could drink it. But before you drank it, you would die. But just continuous, take 1 cup out, 1 cup in, 1 cup out, 1 cup in, out with the old, in with the new. What you consume yourself with is what you become. If you consume yourself with worry, with what is happening tomorrow, all these other things, and the news cycle is intentionally keeping you there on purpose in the chaos. And so get outside, go out in nature, go for a walk, turn this crap off, all of it. Come back to it, regulate it. So, one of the things that it's been good that for kids is to try to get them to cut down on their screen time, whether it be, games, this, that, and the other. We didn't have none of this shit when we were kids. We learned how to play every sport by going outside, staying outside all day long. You didn't come home till the lights came on outside. And then a lot of times we stayed out till whenever, but we always came home for what? Supper, because it was at 6 o'clock, no matter what. If you were all your kids, even if you were at your friend's house, you ate, then you came home, ate again. That's just the way it was. And then you go back out and do it again until all hours of the night. It was crazy. But we made up our own stuff. We did our own thing, and we didn't have everything fed to us continuously. Man, we used to figure out all kinds of games and play. It's like, how many of you guys ever had an actual real BB gun fight?
Oh, BB gun.
I mean, that was the funnest shit in the world.
Like spitballs.
Yeah.
Nerf balls.
It's like manhunt with BB guns. I remember we set up on this dude's roof one time as they're coming down the street.
Damn.
We just unloaded on them.
And it's a funny thing because we used to use 2 kinds of BB guns. You had the Daisy cock one, and you could shoot anybody anywhere, close, fire, whatever. And it didn't hurt too bad if you had long sleeve shirts on. And you had to wear goggles because if you didn't, you could put your eye out. And that mom may get pissed off if you put your eye out. Everything else, you come home bleeding, you'll be all right. But you put your eye out, that's a whole different ball game. And so then we had the pump guns that you could not pump more than twice. If you pumped it more than twice and you hit somebody, you're getting your ass whipped because somebody's going to whip your ass.
I had one of those.
And so we did too. And my brother, my little brother, shot me a couple times with a pump, about 4 times. And one time I actually had the BB go up underneath my skin and I had to dig the son of a bitch out. And I did whip his ass. I whooped his ass. And he did it on purpose because he was mad at me. And so it is what it is. And so, like I said, we need to minimize this noise. And that's the only way you get to hear. That's the only way you get to use your own imagination. And this is why I have limited my time here, as well as limited what I explain to you on what I see and what my vision of the future is, because we're all co-creators. And what you imagine, what you create needs to come from you, not my truth, not my world, what is in your world. And if you don't know what it is, you're spending too much time in everybody else's. That's just the plain truth.
Well, it's funny you say that because I've had over the last couple of weeks, and everybody knows that I flew out to Michigan and we did an adjoiner with the Michigan General Assembly and established our Michilimackinac territory, and they are handling the side of organize, like getting at least the pre-work done, so these counties are organized or these communities are organized. So when we get to the point to put the community trust in where they are, they already have all that stuff done, right? They're ready to go. And people have asked me, like, what can I do? Like, what can I do in my community? Right. And because they're going into commissioner meetings and they're going into this and they're trying to, I'm like, you're not even supposed to talk to them. Stop talking to commissioners. Stop going and talking to the sheriff. It doesn't work for you. Stop talking. Stop. This is a private sector, American national matter. This is not a public sector commercial or revenue matter.
So there was a time for it, though, because
there was because we never got
that's
here.
passed.
But
The
that
reason
time
that I say that is because the time for that was to make it, put a spotlight on it, and and put it out there so that these are concerns of the people, and that you're participating in it, you're learning about it, you're doing.
Yes,
those are all parts of.
And you want to see how they act.
Of it.
And you want to see how much respect they actually have. How much do they respect the people that are coming in there that are talking? And instead of like I know for a fact, I've been told face to face, Charlotte County, they literally call them, they call it the circus, where the people come in complaining and they're sitting up there laughing at them. Like, I know that for a fact. I know that happens. So, but what I tell people is, if you want to be productive in your community, you need to start getting the ordinances that have been passed. You need to put together a committee. You need to start going through these ordinances that are in your community and start noting recommendations about what do you want to change? Do you want them to have control of that? Is that not for them? Should that be with the community, not in the commercial or profit sector, but actually in a private community trust sector under a judge advocate? Is that overextending how much you want them to be involved? Like, go through these ordinances and start deciding, start making notes. So you have that stuff done. Once it gets in, once that happens, and then you have a beginning of, hey, this ordinance says blah 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 blah. They shouldn't be dealing with that. Let's move it over here, and we'll put it here and see if it works over there, right? And then you guys vote on it, and then that's what happens. And the judge advocate certifies it, and then there's an authenticator, and now it becomes the rule. And if the commissioners or the school board has a problem with that, they can go talk to the judge advocate and tell the judge advocate what they're going to do. The judge advocate can politely explain how the mechanism of force works.
Yeah, go.
And you don't have to talk to them. Yeah, that's exactly it. But you don't have to talk to them.
Hey guys, let's fit some questions in before we have to sign off. We've got a few good ones.
Absolutely. So just to, before we do that, just to continue and close this little subject here, has been important to be in a participation, to start learning who's that's a part of all this and all of that. There will be a time that, just like Robert said right there, that these things will begin to change, and your participation in the process already is putting you well above the curve to take it and start running with it when this starts to come out very soon. So just be encouraged in that aspect.
Yep. Absolutely.
Yes. Okay. Chris asks, since the boss man federalized DC, does it mean it's American soil again? And with the shutdown of the evil, corrupt government, will the boss man be thinning out the government? When he first ran, he said he wanted to cut it by 90%. This would be his chance. I think it's going to linger for a while for him to do what he's got to do to fire the rats. Thanks, Kelly, Captain Robert.
So that's exactly what we're witnessing right now.
Yes,
is all that.
But I think we're getting mistaken on the term federal from national. Okay?
Yes,
we have to start understanding DC, and it's not DC, it's actually the city of Washington, District of America, national city, not Washington, District of Columbia, federal district for commerce and profit and revenue. Okay? So the city of Washington is the metropolitan. That is the District of America city in equity. Okay? That's national. Versus Washington, D.C. in commerce. which is
So
for
it's
trade.
been reclassified, taken back under the Republic, and
Not all of it, only certain parts.
Yeah.
The Capitol building will always be commercial. That's
Yes.
why it's with
So
the
I'm
Navy.
saying
That's
though,
what
it's
it's for.
not a part of. It is a part of the country. It's not foreign soil anymore. It's been redesignated under our understanding of it. Just put it that way, so that you can grasp it. That's all.
And really, go ahead.
So what I was just going to further that, saying like, why did the the mayor and all of the cronies there fight it tooth and nail? They didn't. They went right along with it. Why? They didn't even have a slightest of a choice not to do it at all, period. Because this was already done. This was a part of reestablishing the Republic and taking away any authority, not the voice. Everybody's got a voice, but there's a difference between having a voice and having authority behind that voice.
Mm-hmm.
They had no authority.
The dogs in the kennel are allowed to bark too. So
that's right. And so they
you know,
understood that it was not to their benefit to go against in any shape or form what was being laid down.
Right.
For the people.
And we also have to understand that once the National Guard enters one of these cities, that is not federalizing. That is nationalizing.
Yes. Yes.
So
that's where their jurisdiction comes from.
National jurisdiction is going to become a jurisdiction of operation in itself. So it will not be the National Guard is getting federalized. It will be the National Guard is getting mobilized.
Because they're already the National Guard.
Because they're already the National Guard.
And so it's
okay.
And it's funny that that's already their name, but
right.
It's all a bunch of fucking word salad.
Because we didn't have a domestic trust and we had no national operational jurisdiction except Amtrak in the railroads. That was all that was left.
Yeah.
Okay, here's our next question. It's from Carla. Where are the ordinances found on local levels that Robert says needs to be reviewed by a new formed committee and they make their recommendations?
I can't tell you where they'll be found. They're supposed to be published. The other side of that is the charter review boards in these counties are going to be abolished. You're not going to be under charters anymore. You're going to be under your community county constitution, which is going to be your mechanism of law for at common law and canon law for your county community. So the charter review boards will be abolished, but a lot of times the charter review boards that are appointed by the county commissioners, right, are the ones that's where these ordinances are. Is that's where the code enforcement stuff like that. That's where these ordinances are. Those are the ones that are going to have to be reviewed because code enforcement is out. No, you're not getting code enforcement anymore. The commissions are operating with the business licenses. The commissions are operating with the businesses, the commercial property, the industrial property, the stuff that makes revenue. That's what they're supposed to be doing. The private community stuff is supposed to be on the other side. And they've had control of all of it this whole time. And that's what's happening. Not demolishing it, you're dividing it and saying, no, this is in trust. This is equity in law. This is in commerce. This is commercial and revenue. You're over here. They're over there.
Here's a really nice message for you from Winged Ship Victoria. She says, for Bob Kraft, will you continue to will we continue to see and hear more about you when we get to the other side of this? You should be acknowledged and honored for your research, travels, hard work to help Americans get our sovereignty back. Personally, I'd like to thank you. God bless you and keep you safe.
Thank you very much. I can't answer that question. I will be on my road until I'm relieved of my duties. As far as the organization that I represent, which is essentially the Brotherhood and Tribulation American People and the Republican Assembly Charlotte County, I am here until they find somebody better. So, but I will do my best to talk more about my stuff. I just started kind of putting videos out about how did I get here. Like today was a video about how did I get here? Like how did I learn all this stuff? And really tried to elaborate on how I was able to get to this point and understanding that we didn't even have an America. There was no America. There was no domestic people. There was no inhabitants. Why? We basically neglected it until it went dormant. Essentially, that's really what happened.
So when Trump said, we were a broke country, we were a broke fucking country, people. He wasn't talking about money.
He wasn't talking about money.
We were broken.
We were broken because there wasn't even a framed platform domestically to put anything on. Like that's how far gone the system was.
Yeah.
So, and that's a scary thing to think about because we're thinking and we don't think in these jurisdictions and where they cross over and how they work. We're not taught to, where you can walk from one building to another and you're walking from one country to another. A whole different country.
I don't think most people knew or were aware of how close we came to losing our country.
We had already, everything was foreign. Everything was foreign. There was no domestic trust. Most of the United States had dilapidated into, there was a foreign organization running our maritime. Our revenue was actually Indian. The states were actually Indian. And our
infiltration from within. Isn't that what they call it, Robert?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it was like a vacuum. If there's nothing there operating, then it's up for claim.
Something's going to fill it.
The law is salvage.
Next question from Vicky. Would you name, explain, define the areas of the realm, the largest to the smallest, kingdoms, then ? Hemispheres ? Jurisdictions ? Territory? What are the new names we need to learn? Are these things covered in the Federalist Papers or other books? I love you all and thank you for your time and expertise.
Okay, so the biggest, if we say the biggest, like the greatest jurisdiction, right? All the jurisdiction, you have to start with universal jurisdiction. Because they turned the universal jurisdiction into a trust for which the Pope, as the right hand of creation on earth, was the mechanism. I don't care if you like this. I don't care. Nobody cares if this upsets you, makes you uncomfortable. This is how the laws work. Somebody got recognized as the administrator of that jurisdiction that we called a word. That word was called universal. This is what it represented. Then there was an administrator put in place. And then the followers of it became the beneficiaries. That's it. That's a trust. Boom. Done. So the biggest is called universal. Okay. The second biggest, if I had to guess, would be called space. What is space? Space is the place between matter and the universe. the electromagnetic realm. But electro and magnetic are two different jurisdictions, because one is a circuit of current. The other one is magnetism, which works off of a compass. So electromagnetic is two jurisdictions that are in space. So if you go to CIA badge, that badge is actually the electromagnetic mechanism. If you take ferrous, if anyone knows what ferrous liquid is, if you take a magnet, you put it next to ferrous liquid, those are the spikes that come out of a ferrous drop. That is the CIA's emblem, because they are in the magnetic realm, the electromagnetic realm, space between. Okay, so that's the second. You have the universe.
It's really
interesting.
interesting.
You have electro, then you have magnetic. Now that we have an encapsulation called the universe, and we have electricity, and we have magnetism, we can create matter. Matter is nature, the laws of nature. So nature is the fourth jurisdiction, okay? Because you got to have those three things. You got to have a realm, a full encapsulation. You got to have electricity, because our brains run on electricity, right? It's electro, but it's also electromagnetic. Then you got to have magnetism, because when electricity flows, it creates magnetism. And then you get the laws of nature, which is nature, matter, which is Mother Nature. Does that make sense? So those are the top four jurisdictions. Once you leave those jurisdictions, okay, now you get to where we are with common law, individual rights, canon law, community, the front of the Bible, Old Testament, New Testament, common law, individual rights, individual property, stand alone. The church is in you. If you want to have a relationship with your creator, go in a closet. Individuality, one human being and their relationship with God. First part of the Bible. Bible, two, by Abel, from Abel. Community law, canon law. Old Testament. Not Old Testament, community law. The law of the social law, the public law. And there you have your top six. Then we get to the United States. General law, which is our general overall law for our nation, and equity, which is property and rights within the United States and for the United States. Then we get to admiralty and maritime. Admiralty is trade law, or the law. So admiralty is the law of the sea, trade law, and then you have the law, and then you have maritime law, which is profit or merchant law, which is profiteering law, which is retail law, public retail law, versus private wholesale law, merchant law, right? And then you get out of our social structure and you enter the community restrained mechanisms of misdemeanor, felony, security, right? This is where our criminals go when they head down, they start heading down. Okay? Does that make sense?
Yep. And it's like funny because many of those weren't even in place. And many of them were put way above the other when they should not have been. And it was all shuffled up in a way that caused it to be so unfunctionable that they just did whatever the hell they wanted to. And nobody could say they're wiser because they didn't have, there was no mechanisms in place to challenge any of it.
Right.
And so one of the things that we're beginning to learn is your place, and your place was always in ultimately universal law because of where we stand within
because of where we
three
stand.
different jurisdictions of who we are. As in,
Yeah.
yes,
Right.
I've got 3 higher jurisdictions to make me, period.
Right.
And that's what to operate within. But they had it to where we were at the very bottom. We didn't have nothing. And that's where they wanted you to always be.
Because all children are born to sin. The state birth certificate orphans you into your state. The state is responsible for you because you are an infant. So they administer your trust for your benefits.
And then you become lost at sea, so
you're considered
yourself.
And you're considered a vessel that must be protected to be exploited for the future production and preservation of the economy. It's only when you reach the age of majority that you're to be emancipated, which under common law is 21 years old. You leave it thy mother and father and cling it to your wife, and you are emancipated in the age of majority. Are you civilly liberated? Nobody was getting out of being an infant.
Funny about that is that all of that happened for the first 21 years of your life, right?
Yeah.
I know, but let me take it a step further, and we'll wrap up here in a second. And for the first 21 years of your life, so that why was the trust established? For your future earnings and all of these things, for the beneficiary of the country never going bankrupt and all this. And then, oh my God, you became what? Lost at sea. And how can you become still an earner and a good person and making the money for the... It was all so much bullshit that everybody just went down this path that you had no idea.
You were an employee. You were employed as a farm animal in civil law. You were not a workman under the Court of Workmen's Compensation and Claims, because you get compensated for labor in that court.
It's like this.
Rather than be employed. I agree. But we have to understand there were remnants of these things all over the place. But we were being led not to even, don't look behind the veil.
Yeah, but if you don't even know what to look for or where to even begin to look,
right. There was a court for workers' compensation and claims. There is a court. There is a court for that. But the civil attorneys and the attorneys that worked for the company and worked for your unions and everything else made sure that you were put in farm animal exploitation law.
So you mean that I've been having farm sex?
Well, the only difference between the normal farm animal and
that's exactly
the
what you're telling me. I've been having animal
sex.
sex, and that's just not going to cut it, buddy.
The only difference between the employed farm animal and the human is the classification of a quadruped versus a flesh-constituted featherless biped. It still requires the age of reason to get to human.
I like the
you still have to get
bipedal.
to human.
Yeah, I like the featherless bipedal myself.
Hey, listen, that's Aristotle.
The worst of all this is how they.
Well, with the talk of bestiality or whatever, I'm going to end it there. There's only a few minutes left anyway, and I've got to run before the store closes. I appreciate you guys hanging out tonight. I got to talk to Juan tomorrow. As far as I know, he'll be here Tuesday. Yeah, I'll be on tomorrow too, and we will see what this week brings. Am I forgetting something? can't remember. Got a busy week ahead, so we'll get through it together. We sure will. You guys are the best, and I've had a lot of fun, and I look forward to seeing you again tomorrow. God bless you guys. Don't do anything I would not do. Love you guys.